All right, thank you very much. Welcome to the Ordinary Council meeting of the 27th of August. It's 9 o'clock. I have attendance at the commencement. We have all councillors in attendance at the meeting. Thank you very much. And we'll move on to an acknowledgement of country. Councillor Kunzelman, would you like to provide that?
Thank you, Mayor. Ipswich City Council respectfully acknowledges the traditional owners as custodians of the land upon which we meet. We pay our respects to their elders, past, present and emerging, as the keepers of the traditions, cultures and stories of a proud people.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kunzelman. We'll now move on to the opening prayer. Invite Councillor Ireland to do the opening prayer.
Thank you, Mayor. Heavenly Father, we seek you to be with us in this meeting today. Assist us to be an example to others, bringing strength and encouragement in whatever we do, and equip us for the ongoing challenges as they arise. Give us the guidance to continue to make wise decisions for both the short and long-term benefits of our city and our community, regardless however difficult and unpopular some will be. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Councillor Ireland. We'll now move on to apologies and leave of absence. I don't have any apologies or leave of absence. We move on to condolences. There are no condolences. So we now move on to item 6, which is a tribute. And I call on, this is a tribute for our Ipswich Library Client Services Team Leader, Marianne Ryan. Marianne, don't be shy. May I ask you to come up to the lectern? Come to you. Morning. On behalf of Council, Marianne, I'm delighted to pay a very special tribute to you as our Library Client Services Team Leader for achieving an extraordinary milestone, 50 years. You achieved 50 years of service on the 7th of August. Yes. I'd like to congratulate you, Marianne, for your service to Council and our community. The people who are lucky enough to call Marianne in the Ipswich Central Library will find a hard worker and a friendly face. Marianne has given a warm welcome to our community across the generations and has performed a range of different roles, driving the mobile library bus, telling stories to children, binding and repairing books and digital archiving. You've seen a lot. She has witnessed 4 moves of the Ipswich Central Library. The first location Marianne worked at was the corner of Nicholas and Brisbane Streets, where Indian Methville now operates. I'm told she remembers a time when library subscriptions cost 30 cents per year and books were borrowed at 4 cents each. That's right. I want to make a special note of Marianne's dedication to her role as a librarian and her commitment to making information as easy as possible to retrieve and her excellent customer service. On behalf of Council, congratulations, Marianne, on a fantastic milestone and thank you for your service to our community. Please accept these flowers as a small token of our appreciation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Marianne. I know, Marianne, that you received a presentation last week with your team members and with the General Manager as well.
Yes, I've been very lucky. I've worked in libraries. I'm going to exalt libraries. Great place to work, and that's part of the reason I think that I'm still. I've worked here for so long, and it's changed a lot. When you say that we were at Nicholas and Brisbane Street, and then libraries changed because the money came through. The governments, it was Whitlam, the Arts Centre. It's just been a huge ride. I mean, you wouldn't believe. Telling them my first day. I mean, we had card catalogues and. How it is now, it's just so different.
I remember those cards.
Yeah.
Now, do you mind if we have a bit of a photo? Is that okay with the council in the background?
But thank you very much.
Okay.
It's been great.
So you're socially distant?
Yeah, sure.
Would be socially distant. Yeah, sure. Not sure if
you want to face this way?
I think you might have to come over if you're going to get in the photo.
Mayor, if I
Put me in
get
the
you
nose
to stand
points
to the
for a reason.
right, just so that I can get Councillor Fechner and say a little bit more. Tiny, yeah, not too far. Okay, perfect. All right, 1, 2, 3. Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you very much.
don't know they'll be here for the next 50. But
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. We'll now move on to item 7, presentation of petitions, and there are none. So move on to item number 8, which is presentations and deputations. And I invite the deputation by Ipswich Legacy, Ipswich Legacy representative President Wayne McDonnell. And also I note also that Executive Director Leah Engler is also in the audience as well. If I'd like to invite you down to the lectern. Morning, Wayne and Leah. Please don't be shy and say your name and make your deputation.
Good morning, councillors, mayor, staff, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you this morning on behalf of Ipswich Legacy. Wayne McDonnell is my name, and I'm currently the president of Ipswich Legacy, and I have with me today our executive director, Leah Engler, who runs basically the operations of the organisation. We have 2 part-time staff. Leah's one of them, and the other one is our CSO, a Community Services Officer, who deals mainly with the Legacy widows. Just give a little brief overview of the formation of Legacy as an organisation. Initially, it was formed as a luncheon club by ex-AIF members returning from the First World War. Then in 1923, it was set up by World War I veterans as an organisation to care for the families of those mates that never returned from war. In Ipswich, Legacy was set up in 1929 and the first president of Ipswich Legacy was a fellow by the name of William John Johnson, a partner of F.W. Johnson and Sons, garage proprietors in Ipswich, and he was also the director and secretary of Ipswich Broadcasting Company Proprietary Limited. And he was the first president in 1929. The meetings at that time took place, and I don't know whether any of you may remember where this was, because I certainly don't, and I have difficulty finding some of the material, was at Nixon's Cafe on Brisbane Street. So Ipswich Legacy has been caring for the families of those who have either given of their lives or their health in the service to our country for over 90 years. As I mentioned, we have 2 part-time staff and we have 12 legatees, and legatees are a member of the club. We currently care for around 450 registered widows in our area, and they range in ages from 28 years old to 100. The majority of our widows, of course, are World War II era, so they're all pretty elderly. Although we are now starting to see widows from the Vietnam era. A lot of our Vietnam veterans, of course, are now passing, and so their widows are coming on to our books. And of course, the more contemporary conflicts that Australia's been involved with, such as Iraq, Afghanistan, East Timor, to name just a few. We currently support 12 legacy youth, ranging in ages from 5 years of age through to 22. We're about to register a further 3 youth next week and their mother, and we have 2 other families that we're looking like needing some assistance, and so there's about 6 children there. So our children, a number of children are increasing dramatically for us. Ipswich Legacy covers a geographical area out to Esk, Yarraman and Blackbutt, down through below the Toowoomba Range to Gatton, round through to Boona, back down to Springfield, Augustine Heights, those areas down there, Goodna, and of course the Ipswich area itself. So it's a fairly large geographical area that we have to cover. Our funding, Legacy receives no government funding to operate. Most of our funds come from the generosity of our community. And that's been the way it is across Australia. I think there's currently 45 clubs in Australia plus one in London. It's a uniquely Australian organisation. As I said, our funds come mainly from the generosity of our community and or bequeaths, when somebody might leave money to Legacy through their will. We do receive some grants, and one such grant is the Anzac Day Trust, and that's based on the amount of money we spend on welfare to our beneficiaries. Our major fundraising event, of course, is our annual Badge Week, which was due to commence this weekend. Unfortunately, as we all know, COVID pandemic has put a stop to a lot of these events happening. We lost support from the ADF, and most of our volunteers are all in the high-risk category. So for us, Badge Week is not happening this year. In other words, we won't be sitting in shopping centres trying to sell badges and bears and stubby holders and all that sort of stuff. That means we roughly lose around $40,000 from that week. So that's quite a big hit for us. Our basic services, we operate a block of 18 one-bedroom units in Boovell, housing Legacy registered widows. And we provide that rental accommodation at a subsidised rent. And whilst I mention about those, I might thank council at the moment too, because we do get rebates on our rates because of our charity status. And so we really do appreciate that. It's quite helpful having that rebate. We help with educational expenses for our youth. We help with their school fees or uniform allowance or whatever it is from the time they start school through to the time they finish in year 12. We also will help then with tertiary education expenses for our youth who will be full-time studying at a tertiary institution. We do require them to get good grades, of course. And we can do that up to age 25. We help also with extracurricular educational activities, and in some cases, depending on need, we will help with other curricular activities, whether it may be swimming lessons or dance lessons or something along those lines for those young kids. We provide crisis funding in a case-by-case basis. And this in particular is where a veteran may still be living but is incapacitated and unable to look after his or her family. And it may be we can provide some funding to help out as a needs basis. We also care for disabled children of veterans for life. So for some of those disabled people, they could be in their 40s, 50s, 60s, and we'll still provide some sort of assistance. The other services that we also become involved with, we'll provide some funding assistance for the youth to attend camps, legacy camps. And there's one great camp that some of our kids have gone to, is in Busselton in Western Australia. It's run by the Special Air Service, the SAS, and it's a highly respected camp, that one. And the kids that have been there and come back, they go back every year and they've made lifelong friends because they're mixing with other kids in similar circumstances who understand what they're going through. There are other camps, of course. Brisbane and Melbourne also run camps that we can send our kids to. And the benefits of that, of course, as I said, mixing with kids in similar circumstances who understand each other, making new friends for life. They boost self-esteem, helps them become resilient and gives them good life lessons. go on and have a productive adult life. We will provide referrals to other services depending on need, such as Open Arms, which is the old Vietnam Veterans Counselling Service. Mental health services, particularly the state government-run ones, and we also will provide referrals to advocates to help new widows deal with EVA and making applications and so forth for benefits. Legatees are required to visit the list of widows that they have. We all have, I'm a legatee, I have a list of widows that I need to maintain contact with. Currently, we're not doing it face-to-face, it's all by phone. But that helps to reduce social isolation for those ladies, particularly some of the more elderly ones and living in more remote areas of our area. We run activities for them. We hold luncheons, particularly at Christmas time, and the Civic Hall has been very good with that. The ladies certainly enjoy it. And I suppose legatees are a friendly face to talk to. So it brings me to how can council help? Well, firstly, I've already mentioned and thanked you for the reduction in the rates. That's a big help. But, you know, you guys are getting around, you're talking to your constituents, and it may be that you talk to somebody who's got a partner in the ADF, who's suffering because of PTSD, mental illness, whatever, or it may be a physical injury and the family's not coping. You could refer them to Legacy. You could encourage your council staff to make regular salary deductions to Ipswich Legacy. Thought I'd have to throw that one in there. It doesn't need to be much. You know, if it was $2 a fortnight or whatever the pay is from every staff member, that would be a great boost to our fundraising. You could encourage your staff to become legatees and or volunteers to help us do fundraising. I'm not sure how this one will work, but I know some councils include a code within their rates where the residents are able to log in with that code and make a donation, and that goes out through the rates notice. Or, if you really wanted to, council or council staff could organise and run specific fundraising events on behalf of Legacy. They're the things that could happen. So that's about where I would leave it. I'll take, if it's okay, Mayor, if there's any questions, I'm quite happy to answer those for you. And if I can't, I know Leah will be able to.
Thank you, Wayne, and thank you, Leah, very much for coming in. And we had organised for you to come in to help kick off Badge Week.
Yes.
for the important sales that you do require. That's that 40,000 in Ipswich is what we normally get. And thank you very much for inviting me to be the inaugural ambassador for Ipswich Legacy. And just for the record too, that my husband served alongside Leah's late husband in the Air Force as well. And we know firsthand the support that Legacy have provided, and now you're providing to the rest of the defence community. So thank you, Leah.
I must say, the reason I became involved with Legacy, because I grew up as a Legacy kid. My father died when I was 3 days old, so I never knew a father. And over the years, you know, you're working, you've got a young family yourself, you don't get a lot of time. So once I retired from the workforce, I knew Legacy was always going to be an organisation I wanted to be involved with. And probably that's why I'm a bit passionate about it. So thank you very much, councillors, Mayor, for allowing us to speak this morning.
Thank you, Wayne. Thank you for all the support that you offer so many people in Ipswich. Thank you for providing practical support with education and being, as well as the emotional, spiritual, and that fellowship, the support that you provide to the kids and the widows and the families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll leave those for you. You might want
Thank you.
Never let an opportunity go
I've
by.
made note of the mentioning it on the rates notice.
Thanks, Wayne.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item 9, which is the public participation, which we've received none. We'll move on to item 10, declarations of interest on matters on the agenda, and ask if anyone has a declaration of interest.
I have one, Mayor, that I declare in relation to item 13, a conflict of interest in relation to a matter referring to me.
And how would you like to deal with that?
I'll deal with it by leaving the meeting at the time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tully. Councillor Fechner?
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. In accordance with Section 175C2 of the Local Government Act of 2009, I declare that I have a material personal interest in item number 14.6, Ipswich Central Redevelopment Committee report, because of my business interest in Bar Heisenberg Proprietary Limited. I plan on dealing with this by leaving the meeting.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fechner. Any other
Through the Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Madsen?
In accordance with Section 175E of the Local Government Act 2009, I declare that I have a conflict of interest in item 14.6, titled Ipswich Central Redevelopment Committee Report. As I... Where was the text there? As I am a proud member of the Ipswich Trades Hall and Labor Day Committee Executive, which manages the Ipswich Trades Hall, which is immediately adjacent to the CBD redevelopment program, I propose to deal with this matter by leaving the meeting while the matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madsen. Are there any other declarations of interest? No, but if at any time anything to raise, just put your hand up and let us know. Thank you. We'll move on to the next item, which is the confirmation of the minutes, which you've had. I ask for someone to move those minutes. Councillor Doyle. Seconded. Councillor Fechner, thank you. Now open up for any discussion on those minutes or any corrections. There being none, I'll move straight to a vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. I note that it's unanimous. Thank you very much. I now move to the next item, which is the mayoral minute, which there is none today. So we then move on to item 13, which is the suspected inappropriate conduct of a councillor. I will now introduce item 13 of the agenda. I'll make an introductory statement, then invite the subject councillor to make a statement. I will then ask the subject councillor to leave the room while the council discuss, debate and decide on the matter. I note that all councillors have been provided with the confidential investigation report and the accompanying annexes, including an interview transcript and a letter from the subject councillor's lawyer in advance of this meeting for your consideration. This report pertains to a referral from the Office of the Independent Assessor related to the suspected inappropriate conduct of Councillor Tully. This is the first of any such matters to be determined by this council under the updated Local Government Act of 2009. For the benefit of everyone, I would like to take a moment to briefly describe the processes in relation to this matter. First, I would like to note that legislation identifies the following categories of councillor conduct complaints. Level 1, unsuitable meeting conduct. Level 2, inappropriate conduct, which includes when a councillor contravenes a behavioural standard or policy in the Code of Conduct for councillors in Queensland. Level 3, misconduct. Level 4, corrupt conduct. As mentioned, this matter relates to allegations of inappropriate conduct, which is a Level 2 category. The Office of the Independent Assessor wrote to the CEO of Ipswich City Council on the 19th of May with allegations that Councillor Tully breached the Local Government Act of 2009 as a result of his post on his Paul Tully Facebook page on the 17th of April 2020, which is suspected of breaching the behavioural standards of the Code of Conduct for councillors in Queensland, namely Behavioural Standard 2, treat people in a reasonable, just, respectful and non-discriminatory way, and Value 3, in representing and meaningfully engaging with the community, councillor will always show respect to all persons. The Independent Assessor wrote to Councillor Tully on the 20th of April 2020, advising that she reasonably suspected the complaint involved inappropriate conduct and considered that the complaint should be referred to the council to be dealt with, pursuant to the Local Government Act. She also provided Councillor Tully with an opportunity to respond to the complaint and to address why she should not refer the complaint to council to deal with. Councillor Tully did not provide a response to that correspondence. The independent assessor said that having considered all the relevant information involved, she reasonably suspected that the complaint, if proven, involves inappropriate conduct and refer the conduct to council to be dealt with. It is alleged on the 17th of April 2020, Paul Tully did post on the Paul Tully Facebook page a meme titled Funny Friday, which contained the wording, quote, "I asked my trainer which machine at the gym I should use to impress beautiful women. He pointed outside and said, the ATM machine," unquote. There are two particulars to this allegation. The first one, particular A, the post on the Paul Tully Facebook page, one, showed a lack of respect for women, and two, reinforced negative gender stereotypes. Particular B to the allegation, the conduct of posting the meme was not consistent with meaningful engagement with the community. As per the Council's investigation policy, as Mayor, I was required to manage the investigation of the alleged inappropriate conduct. An independent investigation was subsequently undertaken by Wise Workplace Investigation Services, and the report concluded that the allegation and particulars A and B are substantiated, and that the social media post could amount to a breach of the Code of Conduct for councillors by Councillor Tully. In accordance with the Council's investigations policy, Section 8, Councillor Tully is entitled to natural justice or procedural fairness. I would therefore like to invite Councillor Tully to address the Council. Councillor Tully, would you like to?
Yeah, thank you.
Come to...
It was never my intention to cause any offence in this matter. I'm sincerely sorry for what has occurred. I've already apologised on the day of publication online on the Facebook. Facebook is not identified as a council Facebook page. The post was scheduled by an assistant in about January of this year, but was automatically posted in it was scheduled post, which went online at about 5 a.m. on the relevant day and was taken down within about 1 hour. I'll just make the comment in response to the words that you use in relation to the independent investigation, the lawyer's letter, which has been received, I understand, by all councillors, comes to an entirely different conclusion. And I'd ask for due consideration by you of the matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tully. Councillor Tully has left the room. Councillors must make their own objective assessment based on the information and evidence available and the standard that is set in the Code of Conduct for Queensland councillors. You are not tasked today with responding as to whether the meme offends you personally. You are tasked with assessing if the meme breaches the standard set in the Code of Conduct for Queensland councillors. In order for the full merits of this matter to be discussed, I would like to propose that each part of the recommendation in the report is dealt with separately, and that the initial motion is moved per the report to allow for full discussion and debate on the floor. May I have a mover for Part A, which is that Council determine whether or not the councillor has engaged in inappropriate conduct. Councillor Doyle, thank you. And a seconder, Councillor Gunzelman, thank you. I now open the floor for discussion. There being no discussion, I guess I'll say that I understand there's probably a feeling of discomfort in having to judge and potentially mete out a penalty to one's colleague. But this is the responsibility we have as elected representatives and as leaders of this city, to hold each other to account. I know in my short time in working with the people around this table that you all value integrity, honesty and doing the right thing on behalf of the residents of Ipswich. Today we are tasked with making a decision about one of our colleagues' conduct in accordance with the Local Government Act. While it is uncomfortable, it is our duty. There's no further discussion. Based on the notification of reasonable suspicion from the Office of the Independent Assessor, and based on the findings of independent investigation report, and based on my objective assessment of the facts, I accept the findings of the investigation report and recommend that the motion be amended to determine that Councillor Tully did engage in inappropriate conduct as set by the Code of Conduct for Queensland councillors. May I ask if the mover, Councillor Doyle, is happy with that amendment?
Yes.
Well, let's say it again, sorry. Mr. Cruz? The motion be amended to determine that Councillor Tully did engage in inappropriate conduct as set by the Code of Conduct for Queensland councillors.
Probably the term varied. The motion be varied, yeah.
The motion be varied. Conduct as set by the Code of Conduct for Queensland councillors. I'll ask the mover, Councillor Doyle, if she's happy with that,
Happy with that.
variation. And the seconder, Councillor Kunzelman,
Yes, I'm
accept that? Okay, agree. Any debate on that, on part A? No, I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. I see that it's unanimous. We now move on to part B. In accordance with the Local Government Act, we are required to decide what penalties to apply to that councillor. The report that has been that is online outlines 8 penalties which may be ordered to Councillor Tully. May I have a mover for Part B that Council decide what penalties or penalty, if any, to impose on the subject councillor? Councillor Kunzelman, thank you very much. And a seconder, Councillor Doyle. Thank you. I now open it for discussion.
Mayor, I'd just say that that it was on I believe it's on his own private Facebook page, and he has said here that it was taken down within an hour. So while it may not have been acceptable to some members of the public, I don't think that a large population has probably seen it.
Thank you, Councillor Ireland. I will note in the investigation report on our page 20, which is 4.46, we find that the Paul Tully Facebook page is more likely than not to be perceived, this is the investigation report, to be perceived by his followers to be inherently linked to his role as councillor. Followers could expect to see some personal matters shared, such as family special events, without forming a conclusion that it is a personal page. Such intermittent posts are not sufficient to say that this page is personal. The separation between Councillor Tully and him as an individual is not explicit to the extent needed to find that the Paul Tully Facebook page is not personal. His name in the local community is synonymous with his role, and therefore they cannot be separated. Now that is the finding of the investigation report. I'm not saying that we have to follow that, but that was a finding in the investigation report.
Mayor, just seeking clarification on the recommendation that you moved.
Councillor Fickner, I think if we have a discussion as to which of the 8 penalties, I think
Yeah.
we'd like to vary the motion.
It says on the screen
So you're
that
gonna
council determine whether or not.
You're doing it right.
Yeah. So procedurally we're doing it correctly. So we'll discuss the 8
Yep.
penalties, and
Yeah, I'm happy to do so.
if someone would like to put one forward of what they'd like to, what they, based on the evidence at hand.
Mayor, just reading through the policy and seeing as the council has unanimously decided that this was inappropriate conduct, I think the feeling in the room is that that the punishment should be fair, and I'm proposing that that we move, or one of the suggestions that I'm making this morning is that that Paul Tully, as per the policy, is reprimanded.
So action 3.
Action 3, yes.
A reprimand being a letter that would be sent to him.
Yes.
I'd like to open this up. Yes, Councillor Kunzelman?
I agree with that. I think that the matter is proven, but the penalty should be quite reasonable. These matters of personal outrage are occupying us a lot, in a lot of ways, especially in the relationship between men and women. But I think this one is a low-level problem, and I would agree with that recommendation of Councillor Fechner.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on that? No other penalty to be looked at? In that case, Councillor Fitner, would you like to propose a variation?
Yep, I would like to propose a variation. Thanks, Vicky.
I think Councillor Kunzman was the mover. So the variation would be to an order, for the penalty to be an order reprimanding the councillor for conduct.
Councillor Doyle.
And so I'll just check with Councillor Kunzelman first, that if she's happy with
Yes,
that variation.
that would be my wish, yes.
And Councillor Doyle, are you okay with that?
Yes, I am.
Sorry?
Depends.
You heard the word Councillor Tully in there, Councillor Mendy, Councillor Tully. For the inappropriate conduct. Anything else? Any debate on that? I'll then call a vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. I see that's unanimous. Thank you very much. We now go to Part C. May I have a move of Part C, that attachment 4, titled Investigation Summary, be made public at the conclusion of this meeting and be included in the minutes. May I have a mover for that? Councillor Doyle. A seconder? Councillor Milligan, thank you. I'll now open that for discussion. You've had that investigation summary. Are there any issues, concerns that you'd like to amend, adjust or speak to? This will be the document that goes out to the public.
Just a question, Mayor. Who will be providing the summary of the report? Will that be?
That's in our, that's one of the confidential attachments that was in our report.
Yep.
So that'll be in the.
It'll be in the minutes.
It'll be in the minutes.
Council meeting.
So it'll be public.
It'll be available.
Yeah. So who's preparing that summary for us?
It's already been prepared. It's attachment.
It's attachment 4.
And we will as attachment.
It's page 95 in our 95 and 96.
Through you, Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Kunzelman?
I wonder if that's actually necessary. I'd be interested in the thoughts of my fellow councillors about whether that is absolutely necessary.
On a matter of note, Councillor Kunzelman, we actually have to, under the Local Government Act, we have to provide a summary when there has been found to be a breach. It's just a matter of, I guess, what would be in that summary. I'm happy to, CEO?
Yeah, you can
Section
provide...
150 of the Local Government Act?
Yeah.
So what has to be provided is the details of the complaint, the response by the councillor, and the findings of the council. So that would be attached to the minutes. Having said that, a different summary can be provided, but that particular summary is the executive summary that has come from the investigator's report with a brief introduction. So that's just the form of it. Essentially, they'll all be similar.
Yeah, through the Mayor, I think that I, along with my fellow councillors, would like to review that before it is published.
Okay. So this was provided to all the councillors on Friday?
Yep. And potentially make amendments to that. Is there an option for us to do so, Chief?
Well, I guess you're after is whether you're. I guess we're discussing that. I mean, the current motion on the floor is that it is being made public at the conclusion of this.
Yep.
Whether you wish to do a foreshadowed motion.
Through the Mayor, do we get to see who made the complaint then, seeing it's come back to council and we're making a decision on it? Do we get to see who's made the complaint?
No, these things are confidential.
Well, we're not keeping the investigation confidential.
This is the nature of the complaint system, that people make anonymous, or that the complainants are not being made public. I know, Chair, CEO?
Yeah, the protection of the identity of the complainants is generally required unless it's important. In this case, these make it clear they're members of the public. I don't believe any of the complainants. Some of the complainants are anonymous in our report, but those complainants that are identified in the report are not known to me and are not known in the normal business of council.
And I'll say, because I have seen that none of them are former candidates or anything like that. Yes, Councillor Milligan.
Through the Mayor, the investigation summary is 2-page and details nothing more than what has been verbally discussed today in the Mayor's opening address to this matter. There is nothing additional in that investigation summary. I do believe that the public will want to see what councillors have seen in terms of that investigation summary as to the process.
Thank you, Councillor. That is correct. There's nothing in there that hasn't already been said today here.
Thank you, yeah.
You know, I think people want to know what the allegation is. They want to know what the background is, what the process is, because it is a new process for Queensland councils, and events leading up to the investigation are pretty much factual. There's not.
Yeah, upon review, that's fair. Thank you, Mayor.
And Mayor, if I may add, that what we are really discussing is process and complying with the requirements that we must. It has nothing to do with really individuals or personalities or that content that had been determined. So it's straightforward, in my opinion.
I'll now call for a vote, and that's further discussion. Those in favour of that recommendation, please raise your hand. I see that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Move on to the next item, so we will wait for Councillor Tully to come back into the room. Just wait a moment.
Yeah, if I may make a comment.
Do you want to Councillor Tully gets back?
No, not necessarily. I've had some feedback from members of the public who are very pleased that we are dealing with this matter in this way, and they see that as an indication of our commitment to transparency.
Thank you. I think, Councillor Cosmo, I think it's important for the community to have confidence in those who represent them. I'll wait till Councillor Tully's back in the room before we start on the next agenda item, which will be agenda item 14. Thank you. Welcome back, Councillor Tully. We're at now agenda item 14.1, which is the Growth, Infrastructure and Waste Committee's report. The recommendation is to just note that report. That report that committee is a committee with full delegations. So I ask for someone to move the Growth, Infrastructure and Waste report.
I'll move it.
Thank you, Councillor Kunzman. Sorry, I should say I move that we batch them together. So I should no, my apologies. It's already had full delegations. So Councillor Kunzman, thank you, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Thank you very much. Any discussion on the Growth, Infrastructure and Waste report? Yes.
It was a matter I mentioned to the CEO before the meeting, that the headings to the individual items are a recommendation, whereas in fact they are a decision. And if that could be incorporated, could I propose that amendment to change each of those to decision, to make it clear that it was done under delegation?
The resolution, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. So you're... Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Kunzelman, if you're happy with that amendment, that the headings be changed from recommendation.
Yes, I am.
Yep. Thank you. And Councillor Doyle? Thank you. Any other discussion? Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to the 14.2, the Governance and Transparency Committee report, and I can call on the chair of that particular standing committee to provide a report.
Through the Mayor, just the main report here would be that the major item that we have to discuss today from the Governance and Transparency Committee would be the item on the agenda for the Cameron Park Swifts Leagues Club Limited. We still have to make a decision on recommendation B today. We decided not to make a decision on recommendation B last week because we thought the matter deserved a full council decision. In regards to the other items on the agenda, councillors have expressed an interest in speaking to each one of those. So we will have to go through all 4 items today to allow councillors to make a comment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madsen. In that case, we'll go to each item on that particular committee. The first item there being the business outstanding, which is the matters lying on the table to be dealt with, which is the Cameron Park Swifts Leagues Club, which was laid on the table at the General Purposes Committee as of the 21st of July 2020.
Really probably can't be moved in that form.
I was going to say that one can't be. So let's look at the first
to
one.
move something in some form.
Yep. So the first in the report is that the council's previous decision adopted at the council's special meeting of.
Will that have to be moved?
It be repealed? I guess we have to.
Adopt that. Whether you then want to move to a separate motion or whether you've got to bundle it into a motion on decision.
Mal, just for clarification, CEO, why would that be repealed? Because that was a decision that was made?
Yes, so there was a decision that was made by the council to potentially dispose of the land in a particular way after consultation conducted by Swifts themselves. Given that council's considering different options, and that should be repealed, and then you move to one of the 3 options, perhaps with some further detail that's outlined in B. And the council will need to determine which of those options it wishes to follow.
May I ask for someone to move item A? So thank you, Councillor Doyle. And Councillor Johnnick. Oh, sorry, and a seconder. I did see you put here. Thank you, Councillor Johnnick. Just as part of discussion, I just want to note that the previous council, under the interim administration, did call on Swifts to provide a master plan and to do community consultation on that. And Swifts did not provide a master plan. And I think we'll go into a bit more of the community consultation that was done. Any other discussion on that particular, on part A? Okay, I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? I think it's unanimous. Thank you very much. We now move on to item B, which is that council receive this report and provide its direction on one of the options presented, whether to, 1, retain the land, 2, direct disposal to Swifts, and 3, disposal to Swifts following community consultation. May I just ask that someone moves, I guess, the first part of B so we can actually open up into a discussion. So Councillor Doyle, you're happy to just that council receive this report and provide direction on one of the options presented, and I'll leave it at that. Councillor Doyle. I have someone second that. Councillor Milligan. Thank you. We now open up for discussion on the 3 options on the table, with retain the land and keep the lease there. I think it's a 20-year lease with Swifts. Direct disposal directly to Swifts, or disposal to Swifts following community consultation. I'll now open up for discussion before.
I just have a preliminary query about the best way to proceed at this stage, because that gives three options. There is another option, and that is that the community consultation, and this is not the wording for an amendment, but just speaking to the proposal, that the community consultation take place, and based on that community consultation, council make a final decision about the proposed direction. Because I think it's a little bit premature and a little bit limited based on what we know, and I understand that the previous consultation may not have been as extensive as the council might now require, and I think that would give us a better community feel for that consultation. That doesn't have to be just in relation to the landowners or occupiers in the immediate vicinity, but it could be a wider or even a city-wide consultation to determine the progress of this.
If I might comment, that recommendation probably could be a bit tidier, which I was just looking at it now. It should really say, disposal of SWIFT following satisfactory community consultation or proceed to community consultation conducted by council in relation to disposal to SWIFTs. So it's not saying we will sell it, but if you're going out with that, there is an indication that is, you've clearly got that disposition should the consultation be satisfactory.
Through the Mayor, I concur with the CEO's advice. I was going to propose that disposal to SWIFTs following satisfactory community consultation or community consultation satisfactory to councillors.
If I could add to that, also, one of the sticking points with the community consultation last year was the fact there was no master plan provided. So we have gone back to SWIFT's asking them for some type of outline or master plan. If they're wanting large changes, then we're asking for a master plan. But if they are minor changes, then they need to provide us an outline. So it's really important that is provided to us for us to do that community consultation if option 3 is what we're looking to do.
Clarification, Mayor, about the role of council in that community consultation. We should include something there to say that we're going to direct it. I'm not sure of the wording.
Yeah, I think council, because we've had a number of workshops, obviously discussed this proposal a lot in our workshops and briefings.
Through the Mayor.
So if I could just finish, Councillor Island. The consultation that was held last time was, if you see the minutes from the interim administrator back in January, was well below par. I know I attended one of the sessions as well. So I guess there was a lack of confidence that SWIFT could actually conduct the proper community consultation at the standard that the council requires. So that's why we're putting forward that the council will conduct the community consultation with SWIFTs.
Yeah. We'll shape something up.
Does it say
That's the intention of the meeting.
Good point, Councillor Kunzelman.
I don't think it does say that.
Yeah.
It doesn't, through you, Mayor, it doesn't define a role for council in that community consultation.
Through the Chair.
I think that the CEOs, we're putting on led by council. Yes, Councillor Doyle?
So I was
Just working
just
this up.
going to propose some further wording, but I think the CEO is already onto that. So disposal to SWIFTs following community consultation, the terms of which will be agreed or set down by council. And the outcome of that consultation satisfactory.
Yeah, good. That's good.
So as the mover, Councillor Doyle, that's that variation, you're happy with that?
Should be of.
For
I think
B3?
through the Mayor, I think that gets us there. Councillor Tully, do you have a view? Do you think we need to tighten that further?
Only with one word. I think the last word should be satisfaction of council, should refer to the corporation rather than 9 councillors, even though a lot of people would see it as one and the same.
Thank you, Councillor Tully. Councillor Milligan, are you, as the seconder, do you agree to that variation
Yes.
for B3?
Mayor, I think it is important that it's identified that council will coordinate the community consultation, and that the terms of it will be clearly communicated to the public, including the reasons detailing Swift's desire to purchase the facility. Needs to be communicated clearly.
So we'll now go back to discussing the merits of the three options that we have. I guess as discussion points, option one, to retain the land. We note that Swifts is a football club that has a very proud history in Ipswich for about 100 years, I think now. And they have been at that particular site for 20 years, and they have a lease there for another 20 years as well. My understanding that there are some issues with air conditioning and some other maintenance there. And I think the understanding, when I was speaking to the property services officer, we're looking at about, I think Swifts get their rent there is about $16,000. I think market value is about $80,000, and there's an agreement and a schedule in place for maintenance that doesn't look to be, it has been followed that well. So there are a lot of outstanding. My understanding there's about a liability of about $600,000 worth of maintenance that needs to be done.
Yeah.
CEO. So I guess option one is to keep things the way they are. So that Swift stay at that particular location, and the lease stays on Council Island.
I just have a question on what are we disposing of, the footprint that they have now, or is it a bigger footprint? And if it's a bigger footprint, who's doing the surveying of that?
It's attached in...
It is, but I might ask for the relevant council officer to come down to answer some questions. Thank you.
You can pull them up.
And please say your name and title, and I think
good
Council
morning.
Island will.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. Brett McGrath, Property Services Manager. So in the last report, there was an area larger than that, but as you can see, you can just scroll up a bit, that red dashed area is the actual lease area at the moment. In about 2011, 2012, the car park was extended by council, and you can see that blue highlighted area there as well. So that'd be the recommendation for the land that we would dispose of, just the area that is occupied by the bitumen and the facility itself.
The red area and the blue area.
Red area and the blue area.
And the additional blue area.
Yeah, so, yep.
Sorry, thank you, Mr McGrath. Just confirming, the red area is the current area as per their lease agreement. The blue area, which has been referred to as an additional area, is actually a bitumen car park, actually currently used by Swifts and their patrons at the moment. It's just hasn't been made a formal part of their lease, I guess, but for those neighbours living around, they have become accustomed to people using that car space. This isn't additional green parkland space.
No, that's correct. It was, as I said, upgraded in 2011, 2012. Unfortunately, the lease wasn't updated at the time to include that additional area when it was completed. But
So for approximately 8 to 9 years, cars have been parking
Definitely.
in that car park.
yes,
And you'd have to access through the Swifts leased area to access that car park?
yeah, that's correct. So at the northern end, that's where the entry is, and you can see the arrows lead you all the way around, so you can park all the way around the facility, and then go out to sort of the eastern side. There is the exit. So it's sort of been designed that way, purpose built. Yep.
Thank you.
Through the Mayor, Mr McGrath, the car park being referred to at the moment, I know there's a concrete pathway leading from that into the parkland. If this is that area is included as part of the purchase parcel, will there still be the option for people to park in there to access the parkland?
No, not if we sell it to Swifts. It'll be for their use only, not for the public. But there is probably sufficient street parking along Green Street and the other side as well.
Okay. We'll move on to option 2, which is a direct sale to Swifts without any community consultation. Any questions of Mr McGrath on that option? No, we can go into discussion about it later. Option 3, which is provided that Swifts, if you look at that option, Disposal of Swifts following community consultation, the terms of which will be set down by council and the outcome of that consultation to the satisfaction of council. Are there any questions of Mr McGrath? Yeah. No, in that case, thank you very much, Mr McGrath. I'll then open it for discussion. We did start having a discussion about option 1, retaining the land and keeping the lease as it is. Are there any other discussion points that people would like to raise?
Yeah, through the Mayor, I think that I think we've tightened up we've varied recommendation here so that it still leaves the ability for us to include to Swifts what we would like to see before we go to community consultation. So Councillor Ireland, I think that that late submission in terms of its footprint could still potentially be open for discussion if you wish. However, I think that Brett's done a good job making sure that they maintain the area that they've already got there. Speaking directly to potentially retaining the land, I think that is, I'm quite intimate with this. I've met with the very passionate men of the Swifts Leagues Club, and we have had correspondence backwards and forwards from council to them and then back to us. I think that potentially keeping it could be of huge cost to us as council, and how we would deal with that, financially. It could be a bit of a struggle considering our budget position at present. It presents a whole host of potential legal issues. It presents a whole host of potential money that we'd need to put into the club to get it up to standard potentially. And just noting that this particular issue has some serious history with the organisation. I think that these discussions have been ongoing through approximately 3 administrations of council. There needs to be an outcome, and this council needs to be the one to make the decision. It's my absolute hope that we can move swiftly and let the club know exactly what we want to see as a council, so that we can take it to our community and gauge their response. I think it's very responsible that council, as an organisation, is administering the community consultation, because at the end of the day, this is our decision to make, and we really need to gauge the pulse of the community. And I think that working with Ms. Grant and the team in community engagement, I think that we'll get a really effective plan put forward, and we'll truly be able to gauge what the community think of this. It's been a bit of a scattergun approach up until now, but I think that we really do need to move on this. I will be endorsing the option 3, or the varied option 3, because I do want to see an outcome sooner rather than later, rather than dragging this on any longer than it has to. The people in our community, they want to know what's going on, but also Swifts need to be able to move on as well, because although they might not be compliant in terms of some of the aspects of their lease agreement, I think it's fair to say that the backwards and forwards and the unknown through a few administrations hasn't helped the situation either. So I look forward to getting a move on with this, and to my fellow councillors, I'll be endorsing the varied recommendation 3. If anyone has any further input, I think that 1 is a huge cost to us, but if there is community sentiment and a social licence to sell, then this could be a great outcome for council, both financially and for a club that's been around for a very, very, very long time.
Councillor Doyle, it's in your patch as well.
Through the chair, I would just like to follow up with some comments further on to what Councillor Fechner's been speaking to. As Councillor Fechner alluded to, this matter has been ongoing through several periods of administration here at Ipswich City Council. I want to commend council officers for their dedication and openness to briefing us. I just want to, I guess, let everyone know my frustrations, and I know frustration shared by fellow councillors, just how time-consuming and what I believe is a huge waste of council resources because this matter has been dragged out. I think several parties need to take ownership of the protracted dealings, and Ipswich City Council, former council officers absolutely have their part to play in that. But I think, you know, Swifts and any opponents to this proposal have had their part in making the situation difficult. So I'd just like to confirm that the new dimensions proposed under the survey plan is what I believe reflects community's desire, if at all, to dispose of the land. It is not greater than the existing footprint that Swifts currently operate from. There would be no desire within the community for a council to ever sell off green space. I've asked, and I cannot determine who the driver was with regard to the boundaries in the previous survey plan. Again, I believe there's been a lot of smoke and mirrors and agendas, so that I am determined will stop. And under this new consultation, everyone needs to be very aware of what their obligations are. That includes Swifts and any opponents, because we as a council will be watching very closely and will not tolerate any nonsense. Thank you.
Through the Mayor,
Yes, Councillor Madsen.
I'd just like to add that I'm quite happy with the variation proposed also. I've heard some wild and salacious rumours related to this deal over the last, well, potential deal or sale, whatever you want to call it, over the last 12 months that, frankly, they're just wild. And in this position, I want to be basing my decisions on facts and figures, on hard data, and I think this is the path to go down to make sure that we're making a justified decision in the public interest.
Through the Mayor, I'd just like to ask my fellow councillors if they're happy to leave this open-ended, or whether we commit to specific dates for community consultation.
If I could just say, I'd like to open up all discussion because we're still discussing, I thought, option one. I know there's been a bit of ill discipline around the room, but I just want to put on, I thought we need to have a bit more of a discussion. This is a pretty big decision for us, and no matter what decision we make, there are people who'll be happy and there'll be people that are unhappy. Some things that weigh on my mind, particularly looking at it, is that the current land and the building is a public asset. It is a council asset. I know people in Ipswich get very concerned about selling public assets. And so that does weigh on my mind when I'm looking at what decision the council must make. And I also acknowledge the hard work that Mr McGrath has made with this and your immaculate bookwork, which has made things... We're basically referring to what Councillor Fichtner and Councillor Doyle said. We're unscrambling an egg. We've come in with things from a previous mayors, acting mayors and all those kind of things. And so we've had to really go through the paperwork to see where things have had. There is certainly frustration with Swifts and the community, I think, and with council. So I'd like for us to make a decision on 1, 2 or 3 today. I think there's been enough toing and froing on that. And noting that and I'll just read from a letter that was sent to Swifts from the council on the 7th of August. The CEO said, and I did read this out at the standing committee, but I think it's really important to say again. Council would coordinate this community consultation if that did happen. So should the council decide to proceed with option 3 in the report and dispose of the facility pending the results of the community consultation, it is anticipated that the consultation process will take 3 to 4 months to complete in its entirety. This would be from August, at which the council makes its final decision. Council would coordinate this community consultation on the proposal to dispose of the facility to Swifts, which will be subject to the reasons behind Swift's desire to purchase the facility and its proposed plans to support the disposal. Swifts will need to provide all relevant information requested by council in order to deliver an open, ethical and transparent community engagement process that meets the expectations of the members of the public and local residents and helps them make an informed decision on the proposal. An open and accountable process will ensure the public understands Swift's future plans for the site, as well as other implications of council's disposal of this asset to your organisation. It is particularly important to outline any planned changes to the facility or operation of the club that will impact neighbours. There has been some debate during the process concerning the potential involvement of third-party organisations such as East Leagues. If this could be addressed from the outset, it will assist in streamlining the consultation process and ensuring transparency. The board will need to be available for any consultation or engagement with members of the public on this matter, and also provide information to respond to any reasonable requests made by the public. Provide that Swifts can commit to the above requirements, and given your advice that the club's intention is that the current footprint of the facility will remain, with a number of comparatively modest adjustments to improve functionality, there'll be no requirement for a master plan. As you might appreciate, Council did not support the disposal based on the outcomes of the previous community consultation led by Swifts. This is on the basis of feedback from stakeholders that the process did not meet reasonable expectations of community consultation process, in particular that the public were not fully informed. So I just wanted to reiterate that letter and the approach if we did go to that. Were there any other points we would like to raise in regards to item 1, to retain the land?
Just through the Mayor, you mentioned that it's a council asset, but I'd just like to remind everyone that it's an asset at the end of its life, and just to reiterate that there would be significant financial input required to bring it up to standard.
I think the land is there. I think Councillor Fechner, that's not at its end of its life, and it is coming out of a big park. I think we need to consider that, and I think the financial.
Mayor, just respectfully,
please, I haven't finished. Also, the cost to bring the building up to speed, I think, is about $600,000. I think was the figure I got from Councillor McGrath. Mr. McGrath. Sorry.
Through the Mayor, could we confirm that that's the cost?
That's inclusive of the air conditioning.
It's inclusive of the air conditioning.
And the...
Mr. McGrath, may I ask you to come down?
Okay, so Brett McGrath, Property Services Manager. So that was inclusive of the air conditioning, the replacement of the cold room, as well as some repairs to the external of the building. So, but as I stated, that was a very rough estimate based off a condition assessment report that was completed in 2017. My recommendation, if we really want to properly assess this, is that we get a new condition assessment report completed to understand all of the defects of the building and what work's required, form a position on what sort of maintenance we're going to be responsible for and what Swifts will be as the tenant, and that way we could make an informed decision as to exactly what capital would be responsible for and what they would be responsible for moving forward.
Yeah, it's clear that also that Swifts, I don't know what basis is on it, but are disputing their liability for certain other maintenance costs as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, through the Mayor, I think that is definitely important information to put in the community consultation pack.
Yes.
As you've stated previously, it's nice to have the cost at the front of mind. So,
yes.
You know, if we were to, this is how much it's going to cost in a very open and transparent way. Absolutely. I don't think that we can rely on figures from 2017 at this point. Yeah.
And Mr. McGrath, we've had obviously discussions about the maintenance schedule that is part of the lease, and I know that when we sat down with Swifts, they were, even though it's signed and part of the lease, they were disputing that, their obligation. Are you able to provide any other insight?
Yeah, so there was an amendment to the actual lease in 2008 where we reduced the rent, and that was agreed between the parties, and we also gave an extra 10-year option at the same time. And then after that, in 2009, there was a board meeting with Swifts and Council where we discussed the maintenance schedule, and that was based off a condition assessment report done at the same time, and it was agreed that Swifts would be responsible for all of the maintenance, and there was a letter that followed with that to advise of that at the time. But Yet you're right, Swifts are disputing that wasn't the case. So.
Even though it's that schedule is attached to the lease, from what I could see, Mr. McGrath.
Yeah, well, it was an update of the lease. So under the lease, I believe it's clause 6.4. We've got the right to amend the maintenance schedule as required.
Yes.
And at the time, we believed that we did have agreement with Swifts that this would be the new maintenance schedule adopted within the lease. Yep.
Councillor Doyle.
Through the Mayor, Mr. McGrath, just on that point, was that meeting minuted, documented, or our only evidence really is the follow-up letter attaching?
Pretty much, yeah. That's all I can find is that letter that we've sent out, yep, with the attached maintenance schedule.
Have Swifts provided any evidence to say they disputed that?
No.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. Thank you. My main concern is, I guess, my approach in this is to be, I'm not wedded either way. I'll be a bit of a devil's advocate with you, Councillor, but I'm not wedded either way. But I want to make sure that whatever happens is a council asset, it's a public asset, that we do proper community consultation, and we need to know what the residents want. That's uppermost in my mind, what's in the public interest and what do residents want. So that's going to be key to what happens.
Through the Mayor, just for the benefit of everyone in this room, I haven't made up my mind on this, and I will seek the advice of the community consultation because I really do care about what my community thinks about the sale of this asset.
And through the Mayor, I'd just like to make the comment that I guess my frustration stems from my view that previous consultation and discussions, consultation has effectively been hijacked by individuals and therefore we haven't determined or they haven't focused on what our residents want, and that is front and centre of what we do every day. We are committed to finding out what our residents want and following through. So that's why I'm determined, and I believe the council's determined, to ensure this next community consultation there will be very strict terms and we will be following through with those.
May I put forward that we've already got it moved by Councillor Doyle and Councillor Milligan. We need to decide on 1, 2 or 3. Any other discussion on which way to proceed? In which case I'll probably ask Councillor Doyle if you'd like to put forward one of those options to see if Councillor Milligan or...
So, sorry, through the Mayor, option 3, disposal to Swifts. Following
in the
community
form of B3.
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Milligan, do you agree to that? That we'll proceed with that B3?
Yes, Mayor. Variation B3 is
okay.
what I would intend.
I'll probably ask you, CEO, for some advice on the wording of that of B3 to propose a variation of a variation. That looks to me like that there's a disposal definitely happening.
You could put consider.
Can we have a softer word that will consider disposal following community consultation, or it could be interpreted that it's definitely happening, and the consultation maybe just, and I think that is not the intent of that particular motion. Would that be okay with you, Councillor Doyle, or that's?
Yeah, I don't. It's my view that doesn't really add. That was the original intention of the wording I proposed, but if you want to amend that, that's fine. I mean, the disposal was always subject to. Consultation to the satisfaction of council. If it's not to the satisfaction of council, then the disposal won't take place. But
you're okay with it? I just think if it's in its current form, it looks like it's a different
step to this by putting considering disposal. What do you think, Councillor Tulling?
I think what you said that it's subject to the agreement of council anyway, but were you suggesting, Mayor, the word potential or possible or a word of that nature at the start?
My concern is that B3 at the moment looks like it's definitely a disposal. It's just, there'll be some community consultation, but there's no, whereas it's my understanding of the intent of the room is that we need to see the community consultation and then consider whether we do a disposal or not.
I think the word consider and then the fact at the end, the satisfaction of council probably covers it, but it probably makes it a bit clearer if the word possible was put in after consider, to consider possible disposal.
Possible disposal.
Just to make it clear that no, we haven't adopted a final position.
And keep the rest of the outcome of the consultation to the satisfaction of the council in there as well. To keep that in there. Councillor Doyle, are you satisfied with that?
Yeah.
Is it a variation of a variation? Councillor Milligan?
It's a final variation.
Councillor Milligan, are
It
you?
just appears to me that we still, by adding that wordage, we're still waffling. We've got 3 items in recommendation B to consider. It's clear, it's straightforward, it's clean cut. Either retain the land or direct disposal to Swifts, or, as we've expanded, basically disposable to Swifts following community consultation.
I guess I'll put for Councillor Milligan that following community consultation.
We need to be decisive, and the extension of duration, the duration has lasted. We're aware of the facts of the past. We just need to make the decision that we're going to do community consultation, and based on the results of that, we would dispose of the facility to Swifts.
Through the chair, could we consider a time frame then to add to it? So
Yes.
that it would...
So agreed. We're happy to add a time frame. We have gone to Swifts saying that once they have given us their master plan / outline, depending on how big it is, then once we've got that, we will give them a decision within 4 months, is what we've told them, because they've asked that for us as well, and we've given that to them in the letter.
There's really 3 steps in the process. One is collating the background information, which is, there's a large amount of that, but depends on how much information we want to put together in terms of building costs to go out, plus information coming from them. Then there's the actual consultation process. Our staff are, aware of this coming forward, so had some preliminary thoughts on a plan. So the undertaking of the consultation process itself, which is probably a month, 6-week process. Then there's a collation of the data, and then there will be the decision by council. So if everybody hits their deadlines, we should be in a position where we can make a decision before Christmas. We would be aiming for the 10th of December, which I think is our last council meeting.
It depends. I'm just going to say I was part of that consultation process in November last year. I don't want to give a time frame as in the 10th of December. I'd rather say once we've got the information that we require, be 4 months after that. That's committee. I don't think it's fair for council to commit to a time frame because we may not get the appropriate documents till November.
As long as everybody hits but everybody has to, and time shows that doesn't necessarily create the case, or there might be, a extended community debate about this, and that might take longer as well. So.
Yeah. So I'll go back to Councillor William if you are okay with the variation with consider disposal. My concern is that having straight away disposal, it looks like it's happening, just that community consultation is...
Yes.
I think it tightens it up.
The general intent is outlined in there. It's just got a bit of fluff around the outside of it.
Is that a yes or a no to the variation?
That'll be a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Milligan. I think Councillor Johnny had a question. I'll open up for discussion. That variation, or
I'm fine, thank you.
okay. So Councillor Doyle has moved a 3B variation. Councillor Milligan has seconded it. There being no other discussion, we'll do a vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's unanimous.
Through the Mayor, I'd like to move for a 10-minute adjournment.
Yes. All those in favour, please raise your hand.
Can I speak to that? I know it's procedural.
Please, Councillor Wiggett.
It's almost 10:30. Are we going to have morning tea before lunch?
I'll actually, you've got to call for a 10-minute adjournment?
Yep.
Yes, thank you very much. And I think all raise your hands. You want a 10-minute adjournment? Yes, it's unanimous. Thank you. It is now 10:25. Back at 35. Thank you.
Yep.
Well,
Oh, sorry.
it'll be a long day, but you've dealt with the two substantive issues on the agenda.
We're live. Thank you very much. We're live and it's 10:40. And I'll just note that Councillor Ireland is not present, will be with us in a moment. So we move on now to the next item was the Transparency Integrity Hub Implementation Report. And may I ask for Ms Cooper to come to the relevant council officer to come to the lectern, please. The Council Island has entered the room. May I ask you to state your name and title, please?
Good morning, Sonia Cooper, General Manager, Corporate Services.
Thank you very much, Ms Cooper. Thank you very much for the report. I know we did discuss it at the Standing Committee, but may I ask what data is still masked in the hub? I'm getting a lot of questions from the community about the granularity of the data and what data is still masked.
Thank you for the question. So there is still significant masking or de-identification of the data within the hub based on grounds of a range of grounds, information privacy considerations, commercial in confidence and legal professional privilege grounds being the key grounds. Information privacy is the most predominant consideration that has led to the masking that is still in place. And as, if I may offer that, as the report indicates, based on a recommendation in the independent privacy impact assessment that was undertaken by Ground Up Consulting and which is published on the hub and has been published since the 1st of July when the hub was launched. An application has been made to the Information Commissioner for a waiver from our obligations to comply with the information privacy principles in specific regards in order to be in a position to unmask or identify a range of information in the hub. And that application for the waiver is still in progress.
How long do you think it will take for that waiver to be processed?
So I can give some information in terms of the progress to date, which is that the CEO wrote to the Information Commissioner having taken the time to put together a comprehensive, or what we believed was a comprehensive application for the waiver on the 22nd of July 2020. We received an acknowledgement letter from the Information Commissioner on the 29th of July that both acknowledged our CEO's application but also requested information on consultation that had been undertaken with affected parties that would be affected should the information be published in a way that it would identify the individuals. We, Council, considered and prepared a response that was once again signed by the CEO and returned to the Information Commissioner on the 7th of August, providing as full as information as was available at that time. And then we have just this week received a further letter from the Information Commissioner dated the 24th of August that we are currently considering, and that letter requests further detail to that already provided in the application for the waiver and our first response letter, particularly noting the length of the waiver being sought in regard to it being a minimum of 5 years of retrospective data, and also seeking further details on the specific and precise nature of that information that we're seeking to de-identify. So we're currently working on a response to that letter.
What kind of information is the Information Commissioner wanting? The Privacy Commissioner?
I'd need to refer to the letter. So the areas that are identified in the letter are around the period of the waiver, as I alluded to just a moment ago. So please confirm they're seeking for us to provide greater specificity around a time-limited period for the waiver to apply.
What does that mean? Well, obviously we've asked for the last 5 years and beyond. Have we asked for the last 5 years or just the last 5 years?
I best read from the letter, I think.
Okay, thank you.
So it says period of waiver. The stated period sought for the waiver in Council's application is from 1 July 2010 to 1 July 2020. And we've done that given that this was an important opportunity to seek this waiver and that there had been some thought and consideration put to officers of council that there would be further retrospective information that could be available for publication. So we thought it best to be transparent with our application to indicate that it would be potentially back as far as 1 July 2010. So it goes on to say there is no capacity for the retrospective granting of a waiver under Section 157 of the IP Act. It appears from the application that council seeks a waiver that would apply from the date of publication of the data on the Transparency and Integrity Hub for a time-limited period to be determined. So I think it's a clarification of our request.
So we've said we want something from the 1st of July 2010.
Yes.
And they've come back going, just confirming that that's what the time that you want it from. Is that what they've done? And we're going back going, yes. Am I simplifying it?
Look, I really would rather not answer that. I
Okay.
really want my
Okay.
expert advice from our internal legal team that will
Okay.
be preparing the response for me here
Okay,
to put to the CEO.
okay. I'll follow that up with the CEO on that particular. Right.
We're drafting a response as quickly as we can. The Information Commission has asked for a response no later than the 7th of September, and it's certainly our intention to do so as quickly as we're able to. It'll be a key priority for us.
Thank you, Ms Cooper. I'll move on. Obviously, just looking at the councillor expenses, which is always a hot topic, on the hub. I note that councillor expenses are up on the hub. Do they actually have our names against them, or are councils actually named on there, the current councillors?
Not in the hub, no.
Right.
The CEO has written to current councillors seeking express consent to publish names alongside the relevant expenses. That process isn't completed as yet.
It's not complete? In what way?
We don't have all of the consent of all of the councillors, the
Right.
current councillors.
Okay. Is there any other questions of Ms Cooper? Yeah, Councillor Island.
Ms Cooper, what were the actual parameters of the legal advice we're seeking? Are we sort of cherry picking what we want, or is everything available, such as the amount of wages that would have been paid to the administrator? I'm often asked that question. So I'm just wondering how much information will you unmask over, since in the last 10 years? Would that information be available?
Sorry, I'd need to ask for that question again.
If I could jump in, Councillor Island, the amount that the interim administrator and the interim management committee is already public.
But
in the annual
is it going
report.
to go up on the hub? You're saying that this is the transparency hub. You're putting up the information for the last 10 years.
Yes.
So will it be up there separately that people read through it and can see it?
I don't have any issue with that, Councillor Island, if we want to put that up there. I mean, it's already in the annual reports.
And the other question I'm asked is, and I'm just wondering if it'll go up, how much the variations cost every time the acting CEO, the administrator, any variations that happen to the contract, will those costs go up on there as well so that they can see when those costs were added to the total build of the CBD?
Sorry,
you don't have
again.
to ask it straight. You don't have to answer.
No, I
Just
certainly.
I'm asked, and I'm just wondering what the parameters are of your legal advice and what can go up.
I I would not be in a position to discuss legal advice in open forum, and I don't believe that we have any specific legal advice on that topic.
So when we get a response back from the information, whatever it is, privacy thing, will we see that letter when it comes back, or do we just get a report from you to say what they're considering?
So that's not legal advice that we're seeking from the Information Commissioner, but it's a waiver in line with the Information Privacy Act. And it's my understanding that, perhaps best that I consult with the Information Commissioner for a specific answer, but in researching, it might depend on the outcome, in fact. In researching previous waivers granted by the Information Commissioner, they do tend to notify and make public their decisions in that regard. So perhaps best I take that on notice and advise what we may do in the event that we either have a waiver granted by the Information Commissioner, or if it is not granted, would they share their decision? Well, obviously they'd share their decision with us, but would they make it public, or would we be in a position to make it public? I'll take that on notice.
Councillor, are you after wanting to know the total cost of the CBD redevelopment, including
Not the total
city
cost
properties?
they'd like to see it broken up. They're saying, well, you know, when the council was dismissed, what was the debt?
Yes.
Because there's been different amounts thrown out there during the election, and they'd just like to know, well, when did all of the different costs come onto it? And I'm saying I have no idea, but it'll be up on the Transparency Hub. So that's what I'm asking for.
If I may suggest that maybe when we get to the CBD redevelopment, we could ask Mr Madigan about how that's being tracked and how that will be put up on the hub. Maybe that's a story that we have on the hub. Absolutely.
Through the Mayor, yes, I agree. That will be the appropriate time to discuss that, and obviously we've had discussions already around some of the variations. You know, we as council wanted to know what they were and how much they cost. So
Yes.
we'll need to
We've discussed it at length in our meetings.
we need to obviously decide how that information will be displayed if it's not already.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we cherry pick what's on the hub, or is it all going up? I guess that's my question.
Don't believe that's the intention, certainly, of officers that have been acting in relation to the resolution of council in this regard. It was quite broad information, and as the report indicates, there is a range of information already published, and with guidance from councillors including at the workshop that was held a couple of weeks ago. Council officers are very much seeking to both work to the direction of the council and to publish as much as information as we can in the interests of transparency and integrity, as the hub is named. So our officers continue to work every month to publish as much information as we can, certainly in relation to the financial expenses information, and we're continuing to work to improve that month on month.
That's great.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing it.
Any other questions?
Through the Mayor, just with regards to the date given 2010 until 2020, who exactly came up with the 10-year figure to go back and open up the books? I understand there'd be a lot of logistical hurdles, particularly data management and data input for the last 10 years. Are we just seeking the 10 years, and then if the Privacy Commissioner awards the waiver, we will move and you'll seek the direction of council as to how we stagger that and how much of that information is published and in what batches per year, for instance?
I can answer that if you want. It's my direction. I think the people of Ipswich want to see exactly how the money was spent as part of those council-controlled entities. So I think people of Ipswich are entitled to see how their money was spent. So that's certainly what I've requested.
And, through the Mayor, I would just clarify that the resolution that officers have acted on and reported in the report that's before you is that 5 years is already published. Back to 2015 in July.
And we're just seeking to unmask some of that has already been, so it exists in the hub presently, and we're looking to unmask it, or it doesn't exist in the hub presently.
Does? Yeah. So in the work that was done to prepare for the launch on 1 July, in relation to, in particular, the controlled entities of council, it was apparent to the officers gathering that information for publication in line with the resolution that there was further data earlier than the 1st of July 2015. So in the interests of being ready to implement the hub in, I guess, the fullest way possible, and in line with a request from the Mayor that, was that information available? It has been loaded to the hub, but not published.
Yes. Thank you so much, Ms. Cooper. And just one other, I guess it's, are we going to have this further discussion? It's not necessarily a question.
I'll probably have the discussion after Ms Cooper sits down, if you want to. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions of Ms Cooper? Thank you for answering those questions on the fly.
Thank you, to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I'll just open up the fact that we did have a workshop a couple of weeks ago on other ways that we can explore with the hub. If there is interest there to put a particular story on there on the CBD costs, I think it'd be fantastic to put on the hub. But yeah, Councillor Fichtner.
Just with regards to the workshop that we had, I'd like to thank your Chief of Staff, Bronwyn, for organising that visioning workshop. To be honest, I went into that not knowing exactly how to articulate what I wanted to see on the hub, but my parting comments to the entire room was that for a council that is very concerned with community consultation, I feel like this needs to go to Shape Your Ipswich, this needs to go to our community reference groups, this needs to go to our youth council to gauge what the community would actually like to see on the hub. There seems to be lots of different ideas floated around the group of councillors, and then the wider community input and the questions that they ask us. I think that if we go out to consultation, there might be some bigger themes and some bigger questions that we can answer that will give the hub the direction that it absolutely needs right now, because at the moment, we're unsure of. I think for the benefit of the public, they would like to speak to a specific cost, for instance, and then we can say whether that is masked data or that's publicly available data, and then we can make moves to better educate the public, because I seem to be getting a lot of questions about figures that people expected to be up there, the difficulty they have navigating the hub. I think that it's important for us to go to the community and just gauge, what do they actually want to see out of this hub as well as ratepayers. And I think that will guide us as to how much resourcing we need to put into the hub moving forward. Like I said, it will give us greater direction as to how we see it, because at the moment we seem to be picking numbers and projects from the past that have lots of public interest around them, but no way of really communicating why it isn't there, or the moves that we could potentially make to get them there. So, I think that the visioning workshop was a good place to start to ask us and other council officers what we wanted to see from the hub moving forward, but the broader conversation about what the community wants to see in the hub, I think, goes unanswered, and we need to make moves to really articulate and to identify those burning questions and what people actually want to see in the hub, and realistically give them an answer as to whether we're able to do that legally or not.
I think it's really important that this council is, we are the only council in Australia that is this open with our finances. So from our term, absolutely the finances are open, and obviously the last minute we pushed the fact that any procurement over $10,000 is also listed. So the issue is probably not so much with what we're doing now. once we get all the councillor expenses can be named and things like that, it's that past data, and there were a lot of questions, as you know, from people, and it's especially with what happened in the past. I know we want to keep moving forward, but I agree with you on the hub. It's got the reasons why things are masked. It's frustrating for a lot of the people, myself and a lot of people in the community. But I also agree with we need to find out what people want to do, and I'd love to if we could run tutorials or do things like that, so to actually show people how to use the hub, so they can actually search it and find the information that they're after, and also what stories they're interested in. So today, I'll probably ask if I can move a motion. I'll probably look at amending the motion to see if we put a CBD story up there, so people can see exactly how the money's being spent there, and I guess take it from there. Next week, the CRGs, the community reference groups, are starting back up again. So I think that'll be, like you said, Councillor Featon, it'll be really important to ask people what kind of data and information they'd like. And I love Councillor Madson's statement earlier today at an earlier report that he wants data. He wants data and evidence to make decisions. So that's great.
We don't have a motion before the council.
I know we don't. So, thank you, CEO. Yes, I have been naughty. I should ask for a move in a second before we move to discussion. But anyway, we've had that discussion. So what I'm looking to propose an amendment to this. So we'll leave it at the Governance and Transparency Committee, leave that one there as A. Vicky. I'd like to move that there's a... I should check around the room. Councillor Dollar, how you feel about having a CBD story there, or do you want to do a workshop on that to look at it?
Through the Mayor, I support absolutely all of the information going up to show everybody in the community how the money has been spent from conception through to, the end of next year, when we will have, a rough idea of what's been spent and what the assets are valued at.
Okay.
So I absolutely support the information going up.
So I'm going to do a B, I guess, and CEO would be to provide for council to provide a draft of the CBD redevelopment story on
that
the hub.
identifies the historical costs and ongoing costs of the CBD project.
And just for those, a story, I'll use the inverted commas, is I guess it's an easy click tile, so you can go straight away and to see what the actual expenses are. It's an easy way to find things. So I'd like to move the recommendation A and B. May I have someone second that? Councillor Doyle, thank you. I know I put discussion again. I know that we've already had a discussion. No,
Through the Mayor.
Yeah, sorry, yes, Councillor Munson.
I just think it would be really good to be able to track when contracts were entered into and why, and have contracts split up as to what it's for. I was having a look this morning, and there's a rather large contract to Hutchinson's Builders. Doesn't detail what went to the library, what went to the admin building, what went to the Civic Plaza, what went to, putting the road back in. Those are all pretty interesting items to consider, just so that people can track the decision-making process.
Mayor, I concur with Councillor Madson's view there. It's a great opportunity for our residents to understand how the money was spent, and to give them the micro detail that there's, a portion of the community are actually chasing. I'm chasing that information as chair of the CBD committee. Councillor Johnnick and I have been given some very detailed financials to scrutinise, and, quite rightly, members of the community would like that opportunity.
Through the Mayor,
Yes, Councillor.
in this particular proposed amendment, is it clear that we want that level of specificity, or do we need to, vary this proposed amendment to speak to the greater detail that we're seeking here?
Councillor, I'm open to suggestion. I was leaving it deliberately a little bit open to give the council officers, because it's on the floor, and I'm looking at the CIO, she's nodding her head. So I'm guessing whether they have a briefing, a workshop, and we can work through what that level of detail will be. I've if that's okay, I think at that level of openness will give us that leeway to get the best solution.
Yeah, I'm happy for that. Yeah, just was seeking clarification.
The way that the information is currently displayed, because it's a data dump, can be hard to find, whereas this would be, what we'd try to do is collate it and put it at a detailed level, and then the ability to burrow into each of the little holes to find the detail would be the way to do it. Because, you know, for a whole range of things, you know, there's a lot of expenditure by the companies, and then there's, as you suggested, there's large contracts, Councillor Madsen, which involve, you know, large portions of work, and we can identify in the summary document what that contract was for, even though, and the pieces of work, so we can say, you know, on such and such a date, this contract was let to them for this piece of work, boom, 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 and then we can perhaps have some commentary on the variations, on the major variations that were also added. For example, Council just recently, or will consider today the amendment to the contract to include the retail portion. So, for example, that would be something that you would note there, and you would understand.
Through the Mayor, I'm just
Councillor.
trying to clarify what you've just said. So when the decision was made to include the Children's Library, that'll go up with a date of when that contract was signed. Is that what will happen? I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
The Children's Library was part of the original, not the original, but when we went to tender for construction of the project, the Children's Library was in that. It wasn't a variation.
Okay.
Is that correct? I'm sure. So it wasn't originally, in concepts, the Children's Library was going to be part of an integrated library.
Yep.
But before we went to tender, that decision had been made because the space required for the library was too large within the footprint of the existing library building, or the proposed library building.
Sorry, but will it show that? Because when it was all one building, it was a different cost to when we moved it to a different part. Yeah. So that'll show that.
We'll explain
Okay.
what and why.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
May I make a suggestion a variation to B, and I'll look at the chair of the CBD Redevelopment Committee, noting that it is in that realm. Should we look at a report going to the CBD Redevelopment Committee on what this story could look like? I'd rather speak with council officers because it's something that's going to be going over multiple years, this story, and so it could be quite complex. I'd like to get some understanding.
Yeah, I agree, Mayor. It will be complex, and Councillor Ireland's given a specific example, which I think is a great idea.
Yeah.
But there will be a lot of information to collate and draw in around that, so we need to consider further and discuss with council officers how we achieve that.
Councillor Fichtner.
Through the Mayor, just for the benefit of Councillor Madsen and myself, if that goes to the CBD Redevelopment Committee, at what point are we able to discuss this particular item? I'm just not sure around the membership of the CBD Redevelopment Committee. I think that potentially an amendment to meeting procedures might need to occur. This might be a conversation for another day, but yeah, I just want to flag that if this goes to the CBD Redevelopment Committee, that we might not be able to be present for the initial discussions, which I feel is very important for us.
If you want Councillor Fichtner, that I can. Sorry.
You can pull that out when it goes to council.
Yeah, but I think because it's rather than just debate on the floor here, I would imagine maybe we can put it specifically in that there'll be a workshop with us, so that way that you're able to provide that input, especially it's looking at historical data. So that wouldn't. I have to look at that. I don't think that would be a conflict of interest or a declaration of interest for either of you if we're looking at that historical spend and other things. So we'll amend that again to include that. That council, I guess, conduct a workshop to lead to a story on the hub that identifies the historical and ongoing costs of the CBD project. Would that encapsulate? So as a proposer, as the mover of B, I move that, and I think Councillor Doyle, you were the seconder. Is that variation okay?
Yeah.
Any further discussion? No? I'll put that to the vote for, put A and B. I'll just wait until Vicky does it so you can see A and B. Do you want me to scroll back up a bit so we can see A and B on the screen? Thank you. Put that to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your...
Sorry, Mayor, so that variation, is that variation to proposed amendment B?
B. Yes.
Have we completed that variation?
Yes?
Workshop to lead to a story on the hub that leads to. I'd suggest we take out the second leads to. The story on the hub is...
That should be that identifies.
Yeah.
It identifies the historic and ongoing costs. Thank you, Councillor Wigan.
No pressure. Happy now.
I'm happy with that. Councillor Doyle is the seconder. You're happy with that? Yes. Okay, now put it to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. And thank you, Ms Cooper and the CIO for your continued perseverance in opening up our books. Thank you. We now move on to the next item, which is 2020 asset revaluations. I understand that this was to be looked at, and there are the three recommendations there. I'll ask that whoever who wanted to have this discussed, will they like to move those recommendations?
I'll move it.
Councillor Madsen, thank you. Seconder?
Can discuss.
Councillor Milligan, thank you. Right. Would you like me, Councillor Madsen, would you like me to ask the CFO to come to the...
Yes, please.
Ask for the CFO to come to the lectern, please. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Harding, councillors. Jeff Keats, Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you. I'll ask, now leave it open to anyone who has any questions of the CFO. Councillor Island.
Mr Keach, I note in the report that the valuations of the detention basins were done on a desktop. The Weather Bureau is saying that we're expecting an El Nino come this summer again, and I've been down and inspected my detention bases in Redbank Plains. If there's severe rain, they're not up to scratch. There's panels of fencing missing. So what I'm asking is, from your report, when does it go across to infrastructure that we get a list of maintenance so that we know that they're all getting done before the rain comes?
Okay, sure. Just to speak to the specifics of the report, you're correct, is one of valuation. So the intent of the report is that we've had independently someone go through and value what's referred to as the replacement cost of those assets. So it's valuing them as an asset of council. So it's replacement cost, and you're right, it's a desktop based on the plans, and they assess based on, currently on age, what would be the fair value of those, noting that majority of the cost associated with detention basins is earthworks, which wouldn't be depreciable, so age wouldn't be an factor on those. Just taking your question, I think a lot of the question there refers to, as you say, the maintenance program. So I think it'd be a question on notice to say, to talk to the infrastructure department around what is the maintenance program that is associated and what we currently spend on maintaining detention basins, and also then to inform to say, well, if that wanted to change, what would be, say, the potential costs associated with undertaking further maintenance on those. I think the report here speaks specifically to the value of that asset, which wouldn't change, but you're correct, the one of maintenance would be a question for the infrastructure department as to what is the maintenance program.
So the value, through the Mayor, so the value that's on those detention basins,
yes,
is that money that should be available to do the maintenance?
No, that's correct. No, the valuation is an asset valuation, so it determines to say what would be the value of that asset for council, which is valued on, in accordance with the accounting standards, is about its replacement cost. So, and determining its fair value, which is then it's what's referred to as its effectively its net book value. So it says how much would it cost council to replace those, if it needed to replace those, that would be its assets cost. And then it assesses based on age at the moment, what its currently net book value is, noting, as I say, that the majority of those detention basins are earthworks, which don't depreciate, so therefore its current value would be effectively its replacement cost. It doesn't look at the maintenance costs associated with this nose. It's purely valuing them as what would be costing council to replace that, if it had to replace those assets.
My only comment is then that nothing's been done for quite a few years.
Maintaining those,
Yes.
yeah. And I think that would be a question that I think that we would.
Councillor Ireland, Mr Dill has just walked in the door.
So it's a question, yeah, as you say, for this report talks about the value of them. It doesn't refer to the maintenance program. And as I say, that would be a question that we could take on notice for the infrastructure department to say, what is the maintenance program associated with our detention basins? What do we currently spend in our current budget on maintaining those? And then if that wanted to change and we wanted to do more maintenance, what would be the potential cost of doing so and bring that? And I'm sure Charlie would be quite happy to take an action to bring that back to council.
I just have some real concerns that pool fencing's missing. So if they're all going to fill up and water's going across the road, we've got them near schools, and I'm just concerned on the maintenance issues. Thank you.
That's fine.
Any other questions, Mr Keach? Thank you, Mr Keach.
Thank you.
Councillor, would you like me to ask Mr Dill, who's walked in, that question? And if he's not able to, maybe we could add a
Good ball pass, yeah.
add a part D to get a report back for you on that area, Mr Dill? Would that be okay?
Yes, thank you.
So did you hear the question from Councillor Ireland about the detention basins around Redbank?
No, I didn't hear all of the question.
Redbank Plains.
Mayor and councillors?
Mr Dill, the asset, they've done a desktop asset of the detention basins. I've been down there and looked at most of the ones in Redbank Plains, and there's panels of fencing missing. They're terribly overgrown. It doesn't look as though they've had any maintenance in the last 3 years. The news and weather forecasts are saying we're expecting an El Nino for the summer months. So I'm quite concerned that some of them are near schools, and I'm just wondering, do you have a schedule of what maintenance works that's going to happen, so that I feel confident that, you know, kids aren't going to go in to play in these ponds and if they're full of water and, you know, water's rushing across the road. So do you have a schedule of maintenance?
Through the chair, councillor, yes, we do. We do follow a schedule of routine maintenance. So as per what Mr Keach has provided in his advice, that's what we would do. We would provide a report back to council on what that regime is. We could also include in there our assessment of current conditions and any rectification works that are required, which are beyond routine maintenance like mowing, etc. Whether it's inclusion of fencing or repair or removal of material that's built up over time. So we could do that and bring that back to council. Yeah.
And just before you go, will you do a report on whether or not they actually function? There's one that I used to have in Augustine Heights. I don't think it's ever seen water. So I'm just wondering whether all of these detention basins actually work.
I'll just have to check and see what data we do capture and what observations we've made, councillor. And if we do have that information, we can include it in the report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So will it come back the next meeting, so that because
We'll bring it back
Councillor,
to a future council meeting, yes.
Okay.
Councillor, I'll do once Mr Dill sits down, we'll do a recommendation, we'll do a part D in the report for what we want in that report. Thank you. Any other questions of Mr Dill? No, thank you very much, Mr Dill. Councillor Ireland, I guess I'm suggesting that we add D, that a report be provided back to council.
Before the rainy season?
I'll put in what we want first and then a time frame. On the current condition of the detention basins, whether they're working or not.
Yep.
And what rectification work have we got scheduled?
Thank you.
I note that you want it before the rains are coming.
Would be good if we're going to.
I'm looking at Mr. Dill to see how 1 month, 2 months, 1 month, so we'll be able to come back to this committee in September
That would be wonderful.
at the next Ordinary Council meeting.
Okay.
And a report. Now, do you want them just for Redbank Plains? That was what I was also looking at.
I've got heaps of them, so I haven't checked anyone else's, so I've only looked at my own.
I'm looking at Mr. Dill for just Redbank Plains, or can you do it for the entire council?
The one at Augustine Heights.
Through the chair, we'll start with Redbank Plains.
So Mr. Dill has indicated that we'll start with Redbank Plains to come back to us next month.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Through the chair.
Before we do anything, we haven't opened up for discussion. We haven't had a mover.
It was just
Oh, sorry,
with respect to what you were.
So we did have a mover. Sorry, we did have a mover in a second. My apologies, Mr. Councillor Milligan.
So, with respect to what you just said, that it was start with Redbank Plains, as long as Division 4's assets are also included. I was yesterday standing at the base of the detention basin at the top end of Mason's Gully, and there's just a couple of questions that I'd like answered with respect to council asset next to that, which is cattle fencing at the base of it to keep them out of the...
Would you like to move a recommendation part E?
I would...
Councillor Milligan.
I would put that through as a councillor information request or a request for a briefing paper.
That would be more appropriate.
Put it as a...
Yes. I think Councillor Doyle had a hand up first. And then
through the Mayor, yes, I think as a result of Councillor Ireland's request, Mr Dill can probably expect a few information requests now. I'm thinking very similar.
Okay.
Councillor
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Fechner?
Just to clarify, this will come back to Council Ordinary. Just mindful that if it comes to committee, it probably wouldn't be appropriate that these come to the Governance and Transparency Committee.
Yeah, it would go to Growth and Infrastructure if we can turn it around in about 5 days before that closes, or otherwise it'll go to the Ordinary Council meeting.
He's getting indication, Mr Dill, that he won't be having it ready in 5 days.
Yeah.
He's not performing miracles today.
I appreciate that, yes. But just noting that it would be inappropriate for it to be a matter of the Governance and Transparency
So
Committee.
that this, and we'll make sure that this report does come back to the Ordinary Council meeting. As per the... Thank you. Now, with that amendment, I know that Councillor Madsen was the mover. Are you happy with that additional, that
More than
variation?
happy, yep.
You are? Thank you. And Councillor Milligan as the seconder?
That amendment, it's stating only Redbank Plains, so...
Correct, because that was the move, that was the motion that was put.
Okay.
Through the chair.
If you're wanting to add others,
I'm
I think...
still concerned that we're actually including that as a motion, when really that this is something that should be handled through the channel of a councillor information request or a briefing note.
In that case, Councillor Madsen, I guess you can vote against it. Oh, sorry, you're the mover, sorry, you're the seconder.
I'm the seconder. So I think that we're including something here that is not exactly relevant. So I think that item should be dealt with via the appropriate channel.
Through the chair, and no disrespect to Councillor Ireland, CEO, can we have some guidance? Because my view is it's a very valid concern, and we're now all wanting a similar report for our own divisions, but probably not appropriate or necessary, given we have a channel that we can pursue.
Yeah, could I? I've been waiting for the opportunity. Thank you for that question. It's probably not a relevant question on valuation of council's fixed assets. Probably the most appropriate place to manage this would be at item 17 on the agenda, questions on notice. And specific items on specific assets probably are best handled in the manner that Councillor Milligan identifies, which is a request for information. I think the matters that should be addressed at council are perhaps the more strategic issues, which is what's our overall maintenance and observation and condition assessment regime for a particular asset class, and that would be an appropriate thing to go to the Growth and Infrastructure Committee to say, well, how are we managing our detention basins? Are there ones that aren't been performing? So many of the questions that have been asked are relevant, but it probably should be better handled at 17 questions on notice.
May I ask, Councillor Allen, have you put in an information request to council and at all on this item?
No, I haven't.
Okay. I guess I'll go back to whether we put this on Part D, and the mover did support it, but the seconder isn't. I guess I'll just go back to Councillor Madsen. Are you sure you want this variation, or you're happy for it to?
Happy to proceed without the variation. Yeah, sure.
No. So we will, as it proceed with not having the variation. So the matter will be dealt with as per the normal council information request system for matters like this. So we'll remove that. Remove D.
Through the Mayor, maybe capturing Councillor Ireland's sense of urgency on this, we can just move it to questions on notice later in the meeting.
And I think the point has been made to Mr Dill in his area that Councillor Ireland is wanting to have this addressed. I think that's been made clear by this discussion the last 10 minutes. Okay, so I'll go back to the original motion. Well, the original recommendation for the A, B and C. I note that Councillor Madsen was the mover, Councillor Milligan was the seconder. Is there any other discussion on the asset revaluations for 2020? In that case, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. And I'll take on board your advice there, CEO, that things of this matter could be dealt with within the information request for councillors.
All questions on notice.
All questions on notice. Okay. Move on to the next item, which is the security services contract, which will be moving. So it's a procurement here. I ask for Mr White, procurement manager, to come down to the lectern. Thank you very much. Your name and title.
Richard White, Manager of Procurement.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr White? No. Doesn't look like there's any questions. Thank you very much, Mr White. Thank you. I'll then ask for someone to move this motion. Councillor Milligan. A seconder, Councillor Kunzelman. I now open up for discussion.
Through the Chair, I think it was important that it is important to note for the public to be aware that we, at committee, added item D, that council determine any extensions on the contract after the first 2 years. In that, that was proposed considering the value of the contract and the importance of it. It's, I mean, everything that council provides is of importance, but this security services are very important.
There's nothing else to add from the this? No, okay. I know it was this particular contract was discussed at length at the Governance and Transparency Committee, and I think everyone's happy with that. So we'll move on. I now call for a vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's unanimous. Thank you, Vicky. We now move on to the next item, which is looking at the Community, Culture and Arts Sports Committee.
Thank you, Mayor.
Call on the Chair to give us an update.
Wonderful. In the spirit of moving the meeting along and spicing it up, seeing as we've been moving at a glacial pace for a while now, I went to my fellow councillors to see if there was anything of significant importance that they wished to pull out, rather than batching all of the recommendations And we came, and I've come to the decision to move all of my items in batch, but I might just give everyone in the room, for their benefit, a quick overview of some of the bigger discussions that we had in the room last week at committee. So starting with agenda item number 1, COVID-19 Social and Economic Monitoring Report. That is a very detailed report. It's the second of its kind, and I implore any of my fellow councillors to actually read that, to keep your finger on the pulse as to how the community is faring, because we would know, particularly in the last 7 days, that COVID-19 is definitely something that's looming, and it scares us all, and we can feel isolated and alone. So council has moved to give not only an economic monitoring report, but a social monitoring report to make sure that our constituents are okay, and to make sure that we have a finger on the pulse, as the local government representatives. We also moved to note and report the community funding programs and a new Ipswich Central Library status report update. I just wanted to make clear a discussion that we had about community funding programs, and that we went beyond the report, and we actually discussed some of the COVID-19 grants that were available. One of the grants, the time for application has expired. It is undersubscribed, and the committee had discussions around opening up a second round of that for the benefit of the community. And just a quick reminder that the 2 remaining COVID-19 grants will close on the 31st of this month, noting it's the 27th. There's a couple more days for those community groups that anyone in the room might be in contact with, or anyone listening on the live stream might want to get online and become informed about potential funding available to them as a community group. And lastly, and probably the biggest and most important agenda item that we discussed last week was the proposed children, young people and families policy that the committee unanimously recommends that we adopt. And this is a high-level piece that makes sure that children, young people and families are a part of the conversation moving forward as a city to ensure not only intergenerational equity amongst the community, but also really highlights on a high level potentially what council can be doing particularly better to improve the lives of young people and families within our local government area. And we discussed the exciting prospect of the implementation plans of this particular policy, and we thank the council officers for inviting us as the elected representatives to be a part of a workshop that created that particular policy, and we look forward to working with them in the future to see what exciting ideas come out of this moving forward. So on that, I would like to recommend that we move in batch all of the items of the Community Culture, Arts and Sporting Committee from last week.
So it's that recommendation there, as per?
Yep, perfect.
Perfect.
Yep. May I have a seconder? I think Councillor Kunzelman is the deputy. I'll open up for discussions about any of those items there. I guess my discussion point here would be, I think there'd be a lot of community groups that want to be involved. We've got the policy now. The real test of the policy will be its implementation. So making sure that we don't just go to the same groups as we sometimes do, but actually go out and do implement things that will actually help our youth, especially in the area of youth unemployment, nutrition, sport, and all those areas as well.
Thank you.
Yep. In that case, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. We now move on to the next item. We'll now move on to the Economic and Industry Development Committee. If I call on the Chair to
Yeah, just
move
to the Mayor. So I move that the Council adopts the recommendations of the Economic and Industry Development Committee on the 20th of August, with the exception of item number 2, so we can just further discuss and highlight the good work that's going on through this item.
Except for item 2, did you say?
Item 2, which is
Small
the
business friendly.
Small Business
Present
Friendly
small
Council.
business friendly council.
Wonderful. Do we have someone who will second that recommendation?
Yeah, speak now.
Oh, could I also speak to one, please? Can I speak to one?
Okay. Would you like to amend your
Amend
recommendation?
my recommendation to speak to items 1 and 2.
2.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I have a seconder for that, please? So, Councillor Fechner, thank you. Wonderful. I'll now open it up. Wonderful. So that means items 3 and
3 and 3.
3 have gone through.
You haven't put it though, have you?
Sorry?
Did you put that?
No, I haven't. But before I do that, I'd like to open up for discussion. It's basically passing through item number 3. Okay, and those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you, it's unanimous. I now move on to item number 1 of that agenda, which is the City Act, which is the City of Ipswich Defence Industry Development and Attraction Committee update. May I have someone who will move that, please? Councillor Ireland. And a seconder, Councillor Kunzelman. Thank you. I'll now go on to discussion.
Through the Mayor. I just note the report. Was there a deputy chair of the committee before they voted that you and David take both of those positions? Sorry, the CEO, you and the CEO took up the position of chair and deputy chair. Was there ever a, who was the chair and who was the deputy chair as well?
There was a deputy chair before that, yes.
That's what I'm asking.
Yes, there was a deputy chair before that.
And did he stand down or did she stand down?
No, it was Jim Varghese from Springfield City Group. And I guess I've asked for a change to the way the City Act's done. I guess a new mayor and a new way of doing things and my experience in defence. So I'm made these changes to City Act, and that was what was discussed at that committee meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other points on City Act? I'm quite excited about that. I think there's a lot of potential, and even earlier this week the Courier Mail and Department of Defence talked about the fact that they're boosting up defence spending in aviation, but also in defence estates, including RAF Base Amberley. So I think there's terrific opportunity for local businesses to secure more funding and more contracts out at the base. In that case, if there's no other discussion, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. We go to item 2, which is the Queensland Small Business Friendly Council. May I have a mover, please? Councillor Johnnick. A seconder, please. Councillor Madsen. Thank you very much. I now open it up for discussion.
Just through the chair, I just wanted to basically highlight all the good that will be going on here. So I'm proud to say that the Ipswich City Council has partnered with the state government, Employment, Small Business and Training Department to help implement this small business friendly council initiative. And I'm also really delighted to announce that Marie Asheed will be adopting this initiative through her office, and we've worked with her and met her in regards to other matters. So it's definitely something that I'm excited about for our small business community and for the employees of our small businesses in our community. One of the biggest draw cards for me is the reduction in red tape that this will help to implement. And that's something, as a small business owner myself and an accountant to many small business owners, is the biggest burden on some of our small businesses in Ipswich City. So there definitely needs to be easier means for our small business operators to carry on what they do best in our city. And so whatever we can do to stand behind them is something that I am all for. And so I'm I'm delighted that we can be the forerunner in this initiative and partner with some fabulous people and make some great things happen.
Thank you. Can I just thank you, Councillor Johnny, for taking the lead on this. I mean, we are going to be the first council in Queensland to be a small business friendly council, so thank you very much for pushing that forward for the small business in Ipswich. Thank you.
Through the Mayor.
Yes, Councillor.
I'd just like to add that I think it's absolutely wonderful to have somebody like Councillor Jonik on this council. Her expertise and intellect in this space is something that's going to drive benefits for the whole of the city, and I'd just like to commend her on her work.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other discussion? We'll put that to the vote. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to the next committee, which is the Environment and Sustainability Committee. I'll ask the Chair, Councillor Milligan, to move his report.
Thank you, Mayor. There was only one item on the agenda for the Environment Sustainability Committee's last meeting, but it was highly important, being the endorsement of the Bremer River and Waterways Health Report from July 2020. That was initiated by yourself from your mayoral minute in May 2020, and the three reports provided go a great way in providing the information required by Council in being able to make the decisions on the strategy and the process moving forward with regards to Council's role and responsibilities in the management of the Bremer River and other Ipswich waterways.
Thank you, Councillor Milligan. Do I have a seconder for that report? Councillor Fechner. Thank you very much. I'll now open up for discussion. Only point I guess I'd like to make is the fact that it was a real eye-opener, that report, just to get all the players that are in there. I think from memory about 13 different acts and 12 different organisations involved, and you know, for our water quality to go to a C or a C+, it's going to take 20 to 30 years of consistent funding and work. So it was a big task ahead of us.
Yes.
Yeah, through the Mayor, I just think it's important to note that it's not that no work is being done on this, that the organisation has been working with other organisations across the local government area to improve our waterways, but this highlights the need for a more coordinated approach, and I look forward to seeing the implementation. Last week at committee, we highlighted the fact that there is a huge cost associated with this, so that we have to bring that to the front of our mind, protecting our environment and our waterways when we come to our budget discussions later this year.
Yep. No, so true, Councillor Fechner. And there's been a tremendous amount of work the last 20 years. I'd just like to thank Ms Kavanagh and her team in the council offices who put a magnificent report together, a very informative report. If there's no further discussion, I'll put
Could I further point out through the Chair that it is identified that this isn't an immediate quick fix action, that this is developing a strategy over the long term for the improvement of the Bremer River and our waterways within our local government area, and that it has been highlighted that, with as Councillor Fechner had just pointed out, that it will be in cooperation with other entities, other organisations, including our local government neighbours.
Thank you, Councillor Milligan. If there's no further discussion, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you, it's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you. We go to the last standing committee, which is a Ipswich Central CBD Redevelopment Committee. And I note that Councillor Madsen and Councillor Fechner have left the room. And I now hand over to the Chair to move her report.
Through the Mayor, I move that we move in batch items 2 and 3.
That items 2 and 3 are batched or are looked at?
Moved.
Moved.
In batch.
Being batched.
Being batched, so we'll just only discuss 1 and 4?
1 and 4.
Okay.
Item number 1 being the contract variation for the CBD retail refurbishment works, and item 4, Ipswich Central redevelopment, the heritage report.
Okay. I believe that recommendation is with that. May I have a seconder? Councillor Johnick, thank you very much. Any discussion on those recommendations? Thank you. I'll now call for a vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you, it's unanimous. We'll now go on to item number 2 on that, which is the Ipswich Central, the contract variation. And I may ask for someone to move that, please. Councillor Doyle. And a seconder, Councillor Johnick. Now I open up for discussion. The CBD, the contract variation.
Variation. Can we call on the relevant council officer?
Yeah, sure.
Please.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. Sean Madigan, General Manager of Coordination and Performance.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions of Mr Madigan?
Do we have any further updates, Mr Madigan?
Yeah, certainly.
Last week?
Yeah, certainly. So since last week, we've been in discussions with our anchor tenant, which is one of the conditions precedent to executing the contract variation with Hutchinson Builders in the amount of $33,614,000. Those negotiations are progressing well. There is a roundtable meeting with all parties concerned on Tuesday morning, where we hope to finalise the terms of the lease with a view to executing an agreement to lease within a week or so of that. So it is, the conditions are agreed to, it is just the legalese, if you will, wording and language to be used within that lease. Once we execute that, and Council provides this resolution today, then it gives the CEO to the authority to execute the contract variation with Hutchinson Builders to get on and build the retail assets that exist within the precinct, with a view based on timeframes to have those up and running by September of next year.
Okay, thank you, Mr Madigan. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
I now open up for discussion. There being no discussion, I then put the motion, this recommendation to the floor. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you. We go on to what was called item 4 on that, which is the Ipswich Central redevelopment heritage. May I have someone move that report? Thank you, Councillor Doyle. And a seconder, I'll see Councillor Milligan. Thank you. Now I open up for discussion.
Through the chair, Mayor, I do note we had discussion during committee that we were looking for a little bit more detail around the heritage overlay for the CBD redevelopment, and it was proposed by the General Manager that a more detailed report will be provided to Council, I think, at our next committee.
I suggest we put that in as a, to make sure it gets done.
Yes.
Whether do an A and a B, and that the report was received and the contents noted, and then a B, that a full report.
A full report, that a full report be received.
On Ipswich Central CBD, as Ipswich Central redevelopment heritage.
Maybe more comprehensive.
A more comprehensive.
Comprehensive is better than full.
Well, I won't say more comprehensive because it wasn't a comprehensive report.
More comprehensive. Yeah.
The first one was.
Detailed report be received. That a detailed report be received on the Ipswich Central redevelopment heritage overlay.
And that'd be presented to the CBD Redevelopment Standing Committee?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
through the chair, was
Councillor Donnett, yes.
Was it in relation to specifically the use of the material for the ladies in particular, and then the...
Through the chair, so I think we're looking to go a little bit further than that.
Yeah.
There is interest in the community about what the heritage aspects to the redevelopment will be at the end, and I think it's important that we show the considerations that have been given along the way to incorporating as much history as possible. So that's what our report is what I would like to see speaking to. And just with regard to timing, I'd really like confirmation. I don't want to propose that be provided at the next committee if Mr Madigan's not...
The current motion doesn't say the next committee, it just says...
Right.
I'll
The
probably
detailed
touch with
report be presented to the Ipswich Central Redevelopment.
And if you wanted specific criteria there, identify them now, otherwise we can obviously work with the staff.
Can I ask, I see Councillor Kunzelman's also wanting to make a
Just
comment.
a comment, this is not entirely separate from the naming process as well, is it?
So,
if you want to look at heritage and...
through the chair, that's obviously one of the elements, within the heritage overlay, I guess, of the redevelopment. It will be art, naming, potentially the use of the balustrades, the iron balustrades.
I'm just taking the tone of the comments about naming, where people would like to include former citizens and so on. So it's part of the heritage and history concept, isn't it?
Might I actually ask Mr Madigan to come to the lectern?
And Mr Tabula as well.
And by Mr. So obviously in briefings and stuff we've discussed about heritage, and I think we were told that there'd be a heritage report coming forward, and obviously it didn't have the detail that we were after. Is there something else, or was this just a summary report, or what was the... is there more detail to be had quite easily, or was it another piece of work?
Sorry, yes, Mayor. There is more detail. So I've been in contact today with Mr Daniel Keenan, who is Council's heritage expert, and he is in the process of preparing a more comprehensive report, or a comprehensive report for Council to consider. And what we're going to be looking at there is the factors that have been contemplated and included thus far, and perhaps provide some other options available to Council to consider about what other aspects of the heritage of the city that they would like incorporated into the precinct. Not just capital works, as you said, the naming of places and spaces, wayfinding, signage, all of that sort of stuff to tie into the history of the city, and also how it fits into the broader construct or concept, if you will, of heritage within the CBD precinct more generally beyond our own development.
I think, Mr Madigan, it'd be also handy to know that in the design, if certain things were considered and why, that would be of interest to the councillors as well.
Yes, certainly. So as an example, there is sort of certain stone and limestone has been used in the development as part of the history, and our architects will be able to, provide input into there as to why they chose certain materials and designs to actually, stick with the history of the city.
Through the chair, Mayor, so can I...
Yes. Thank you, Mr Madigan.
Thank you, Mr Madigan. Including detail of heritage inclusions, or heritage considerations
To date?
as well as identifying future opportunities. To ensure heritage injection. Going forward. Gee, I'm not good with my words today.
What's more coffee, Deputy Mayor?
Central Heritage Overlay, including detail of heritage considerations. Incorporated in the redevelopment to date, sorry Vicky, redevelopment heritage overlay including detail of heritage considerations incorporated in the redevelopment today. As well as identifying future opportunities to ensure appropriate
Heritage items and
Thank you,
interpretation?
No,
Elements.
thank you,
Did you have
Mr.
elements?
Tabulo, yes.
And interpretation.
This is a suggestion of the CEO if you want to add the word and interpretation. It's up to you if you. Elements? Or are you happy just with elements?
Appropriate. That's fine.
Okay. If you're happy with that, I'll check with Councillor Milligan as the seconder. The variation.
Second largest sentence that we've created yet.
Thank you for counting the words. But
Do
do you concur with the variation?
The community is desperate to see that we have as much as possible heritage injection in the redevelopment. We've lost so much.
If I could just check before we get into discussion, I'd have to check the Councillor Milligan will be is seconding that variation.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Now I'll open up for discussion.
Sorry. Yeah, look, this is my amendment. The proposal there is driven by the desire in the community to ensure that enough of our heritage, our historical past is incorporated into the new redevelopment. Residents are concerned that we've lost a lot of our heritage importance via, destruction of buildings. And I guess there's some concern about how the new building will sit with some of our older buildings and how they link. Thank you.
I know, Deputy Mayor, that during the week we had a lesson, or I guess an all-day session on planning, Planning 101. And one of the things that was highlighted that Ipswich City Council had quite a forward-thinking planning scheme for protecting heritage, and I can't remember what year it was. I don't know if Councillor Tully will remember.
It was 91.
1991.
The Chair, I thought it was 94.
Or 1994. So in the 90s.
Might have been 92, but it wasn't any later than 92.
Okay. So yeah, it was in the 90s. And I note that, and I've raised it before, that it's been in the paper that Caboolture has lost their last heritage building in the CBD. They don't even have one anymore. So it's good to see that decisions that were made 30 years ago we're able to leverage off now. Thank you. Are there any other discussions on these recommendations? No, in that case I'll put them to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you very much. And we'll wait for Councillor Madsen and Councillor Feckner to come back into the room. Get up and have a stretch.
Marnie.
I need something like that, I think, to get me going again.
Just when we thought it couldn't get any more exciting, we're going to go to audit and risk.
We need to get better at that.
Welcome back, Councillor Feckner and Councillor Madsen.
Thank you, Mayor.
We'll now move on to officer reports. And I've got...
There's a notice of motion.
I've got an additional item in my notes here. I'll just check with the CEO about changing the membership of the Audit and Risk Management Committee, but I don't see it on the agenda here.
Just through the chair, I was
Is there?
going to just move that as an amendment to.
It's not initiated by staff. It's I understand, a councillor-initiated initiative.
Okay, so this is item 15.1. So there's two parts to that.
That'll be E.
Okay. Wonderful, thank you. Okay, I can see that there. Thank you. This item is 15.1, speaks to councillor committee membership and conference delegates, so sort of probably two separate things. And we can see the 4 parts to the recommendation. So I looked at each one separately. May I have someone move that council appoint 2 of its councillors as conference delegates to the local government, to LGAQ annual conference? Councillor Kunzelman, thank you. And a seconder? Councillor Milligan. And now open it up for discussion as to who will be the 2 voting delegates to represent Ipswich City Council.
Through the Mayor,
Yes,
and I'm not sure if you're aware of this as of right now, but we've had late mail that would suggest that the council as a whole is able to send 5 representatives, 5 elected representatives. So that might need to be at the forefront of our minds when deciding who our 2 delegates are of the 5 that intend to go.
So you're saying LGAQ are capping the numbers?
That is correct. 2 to 5 elected
because of COVID, or
local government association.
And may I just clarify too, Councillor Tully, as the LGAQ policy executive for this the Western Southwest region, I think it's called, you automatically have a vote?
No.
No, you don't.
No,
okay.
No, no.
Okay.
No, because you're not there as a local council delegate, you're there in the capacity of being on the policy executive. Yeah.
Okay. And just to give some background, I guess, to residents there, there's been much discussion as to who would actually go. We're very cognizant of the cost of attending, because I think the cost is about $1,500 for each person, or $2,000, something around there. And I guess we'll look at the fact that 7 of the 9 councils here are new, and so it's an opportunity to do a fair bit of professional networking, to get to meet, I guess, a professional cohort, and the fact that the actual conference is on the Gold Coast, so it doesn't involve flights. So it's probably one of the cheapest ones that we could do, as opposed to an LGAQ conference in Cairns. So that was sort of front of mind. So we do need to look at the 5. Yeah. Councillor Fichtner.
And just for the benefit of the room, I won't be in attendance at the conference. I won't be one of the 5.
Okay.
Through the Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fichtner.
I've also made similar representations this week that I won't be attending.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Madsen.
Mayor, if somebody else needs to drop off, I'd be prepared to drop off.
Thank you.
Drop off.
Councillor
You know what I mean.
Not attend the conference. Yes.
Might then be, just through you, Mayor, the room, maybe 1 per division plus the Mayor would make sense in terms of equity.
We'll have to just check. That does sound reasonable.
Do we know that this is the first I've heard of the cap, but it may well be that with other councils further around in the state that the cap could be, if there is, would be relaxed depending upon how many. So some of those smaller councils wouldn't send 5 people. So we might sort of be jumping the gun.
Yeah. So that 5 was not specific to us.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen that either. But just for clarification, this recommendation is actually about the voting delegates.
It is.
Obviously, the voting delegates need to be there.
I appreciate that, but you do need to know that it has to be one of the 5, 2 of the 5 that are going. So I agree with Councillor Fichtner's. The reason why he's raised the 5 is pertinent. So, and I also wasn't sure, Deputy Mayor, you weren't sure if you were attending or not, knowing that you're both Division 3. How you would like to handle that?
Mayor, no, I have confirmed that I will be attending, and certainly now that Councillor Fichtner won't be, I think it's important we have somebody there from our division.
Yep.
And I would be happy to be one of the delegates.
Okay. So I know that's not part of the motion, but we're probably looking at myself, Division 1, obviously Councillor Island, Division 2. I'm not sure if...
Well, I'm going anyway because of the
policy...
Yeah, the policy.
Are you included as part of that 5, Councillor Tully?
Oh, well, I would be, yeah.
Okay. We'll have to see, because there might be times when Councillor Johnnick wishes to attend.
Councillor Tully, sorry, through the chair, can I ask a question? Councillor Tully, with regard to the delegates, can I understand, do the policy executives usually be one of those delegates? Is there a common practice there or not?
Yeah, I wasn't going to raise that, but you have that it's pretty common practice for the 15 members of the policy executive from all different councils would usually be a delegate. There's no legal requirement for it, but that'd be very common.
Has happened.
And is it common practice then that the second person would be usually the mayor?
Quite often, yes. Yeah, that would be fairly normal. In the case of Brisbane, it's not, and it's not the mayor. I don't know through the chair that I've ever recall the Brisbane Lord Mayor ever being a delegate over the years, but it would be reasonably common out of the 77 councils.
Yep. Thank you, Deputy. So Division 3, obviously yourself, Councillor Doyle. Division 4, I guess Councillor Milligan or Councillor Kunzelman, who would like to be one of the arm wrestle at 5 pace.
See how we go,
But one of you?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so based on that, we're looking at the two voting delegates, and I think from what you're saying, Deputy Mayor, myself and Councillor Tully, perhaps be the voting delegates.
Through the chair, yes. But I'm open for discussion. So can I ask the CEO if he has a view on the conferences that you're aware of? Should it be the policy executive? Should it?
It's entirely the position of the council. You know, sometimes it's the policy executive, sometimes it's the mayor and deputy. Sometimes it's the two people they send, because they'll only send two councillors to committee to conference.
I think what's important in these conferences is that the people need to be, those delegates need to be in the room, rather than outside having coffee or doing other activities. But it's really important to make sure that Ipswich's voice is heard, to make sure that they are actually diligent and in that room to do that task. I'd say.
So I think the interested parties in the room presently are yourself, Mayor, Councillor Tully, and Councillor Doyle.
Yes.
Is there? Sorry, through the Mayor, is there anyone else that?
I'm happy for the Deputy Mayor to be the delegate. I'm more than happy. So
I was going to say, Mayor, I'm happy for you to make the decision. I think it's important you, as Mayor, take up one of those roles as delegate. You are the leader of our city. So, and if
Can I just make a comment, Mayor?
Yes, Councillor, yes.
I just think that if you want to be down there and circulating, if you're going to sit in that room, you're not going to talk to anyone. So if you want to be out there and meeting the other mayors, you can't. It's going to be difficult if you're going to be one of the voting members, because, as you say, you've got to be in the room. The action happens outside when you want to meet everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Ireland. So I think Councillor Doyle's just given herself a job there. She'll be out. She'll be where the action is outside.
Mayor, could I just add another? There is provision under the rules that either of the delegates, I think it's through the CEO, but can advise a change in delegates during the conference. So if someone was outside, there can be a change in the delegates. So it's not fixed, and that often happens.
Okay. Then I propose that we make a variation, that the two that are myself and Councillor Tully are the two delegates. I guess I'll ask if Councillor Kunzelman's okay with that motion, knowing that we could amend it on the floor when we're there. And Councillor Milligan, you're okay with that? Thank you. In that case, I'll open that up for further discussion. Part A? No. In that case, put that to the vote. Raise your hand if you're in favour. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. We'll move on to Part B.
May I amend the recommendation for Part B?
That in accordance with Section 20 of the Local Government Regulation, the membership of the Environment Sustainability Committee amended to include Councillor Kunzelman. Well, I need someone to.
It hasn't been moved, so I can amend it now.
Yeah.
To the Mayor, sorry.
Yeah.
I would like to be added to this Community, Culture, Arts and Sport Committee. So if we could add that on there.
Well, that would be a separate part E?
I think it could be part of this, or it could be its own separate one. I think either would be competent, but I'm happy to
I'll take
rely on the Chief's advice.
Thank you. As the Chair, I'll make that as Part E. That I guess copying Part B there within accordance with Section 264. The membership of the CCAS, or the Community, Culture, Art and Sports Committee, be amended to include Councillor Jacob Madsen. And that'll be E.
Do you intend to move them all as a group? If that's the case, Councillor Johnick might want to raise her matter as well.
Yes, no, I'm going to do each one, as I
You're
said
gonna
at the
do 'em
beginning.
each
I'm going
one?
to do each one separately because they are different things. It's not, we're not talking about the one topic,
Sure.
so I'm going to do each one. Yeah, separately.
Yep, sure.
Yes. While we're here then, are there any other amendments to... Oh, we're going to do the audit and risk later. So go on to part B. We're including Councillor Kunzelman to the Environment Sustainability Committee. Might I have someone to move that, please? Councillor Milligan. A seconder. Councillor Fechner. Thank you. I'll open that up for discussion. No discussion? Councillor Kunzelman?
Well, as the report says, this is purely because the Environment and Sustainability Committee covers disaster management, and I'm the Deputy Chair of the Local Disaster Management Group. Simple as that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kunzelman? The disaster management comes under this committee, CEO?
Disaster management.
It does?
Yeah. It's within the remit of
Thank you.
of the natural environment area of the organisation.
Yes, it does.
Thank you very much. Then we'll move to vote on that. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's unanimous. Thank you. We'll move on to C, that the standing committee's terms of reference be updated to reflect the amended... Oh, okay. I'm going to move E, based on that, for the Councillor Madsen to be on the communities.
Yep.
Put both hands up, Jacob.
So I'll move E to be C.
Sorry, what were we doing there? We're moving E.
Yeah.
So the one with Councillor Madsen on the Community Culture and Arts Sports
Yeah,
Committee?
so you handle the two standing
Has to be
committees
carried
consecutively.
Okay.
And the audit committee is not a standing committee, so it can sit at the bottom.
Through the chair?
Yep.
For, purely for sequence, that this item currently labelled E needs to be...
C.
Yes, I've asked it to become
So
C.
it will move up.
Yes, I've asked for it to become C. So we don't have to do what's currently C twice. Okay. So what is now called C? Councillor Madsen joining the Community Culture, Arts and Sports Committee. Might I have someone to move that, please? So, Councillor Madsen. And a seconder, Councillor Fechner. Thank you very much. I now open it up for discussion. I'll probably ask you, Councillor Madsen, why you'd like to join the committee.
I've just noticed that there's currently only 4 councillors on there. There's no representative from Division 1. I'm just keen to put forward my residents' concerns in that space and follow on from the strong leadership of Councillor Fechner.
Thank you very much. I'll open it for any other discussion.
Through the Mayor, welcome
Yes.
aboard, Councillor Madsen.
I have to have the vote first, Councillor Fechner. Any other
Feel it in
discussion?
the room, Mayor.
I beg your pardon?
The feeling in the room.
Feeling in the vibe.
The vibe.
Those in favour, please raise your hand. I see it's unanimous. Councillor Fechner, would you like to say something?
Welcome aboard, Councillor Madsen.
Welcome. It's a very exciting committee. We then go on to D, which is that the standing committee's term of reference be updated to reflect the amended membership. May I have someone to move that, please? So, Councillor Ireland, thank you very much. A seconder? Councillor Milligan, thank you. I now open that up for discussion. No? Take that to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you, it's unanimous. Thank you.
And just through the Mayor?
Yes.
Can I move an amendment to the recommendations to include that Council appoint Councillor Kate Kunzelman to replace myself, Councillor Nicole Johnick, as one of the 2 councillor members of the Audit and Risk Management Committee until March 2022?
Thank you. Thank you for providing that beforehand too.
It would be better to handle that one before the one above it, because the one above it is the lists. Yeah, perfect. So we handle all the memberships and
Yes.
then we
Okay.
update the.
So it now becomes E?
It should be E, I think.
E?
Yes,
Yeah.
E?
Becomes E.
That's moved by Councillor Jonick. Who would like to second that? Councillor Doyle. Thank you. I'm up for discussion. Firstly, Councillor Kunzelman, are you happy to take on that role? Has it been discussed with you beforehand?
Oh, it has, yeah. I didn't mean to imply that it hadn't. No, that's fine.
You'll have it. Thank you. Any other discussion? No, I know that your background with governance, you will love that. Sorry, Councillor Jonick.
Just through the chair, I know that the keenness Councillor Kunzelman has for risk and audit, and it did come up that she was interested, so I would most happily hand the reins over.
Thank you very much.
Through the chair.
Yes, Councillor Doyle.
Just to make the comment, I look forward to working with Councillor Kunzelman on the committee and noting her particular interest in corporate governance. I think she'll enjoy the reading, many pages.
The reading bricks. Okay. Thank you. There's no other discussion. I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's unanimous.
Maybe that shouldn't say recommendation A, it's detailed above, maybe.
Yes.
So go to F, yeah.
F, we'll change
It's
it.
detailed above, maybe. Is it a recommendation A?
No.
Sorry.
Yep. So making a variation to that.
Because we've made a number of changes.
Yes. So we'll update the membership documents within council to reflect these membership changes today. May I have a mover for that, please? Thank you, Councillor Fechner. May I have a seconder? Councillor Doyle. Thank you. Any discussion? Thank you very much for being proactive in your responsibilities. Thank you. We'll now take it to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to item 15.2, which is the Quarter 4 Operational Plan. 1920, the Quarterly Performance Report. I ask for the CFO. Is he here?
No, the
Of
performance report is Mr. Madigan.
Mr. Madigan.
Through the chair, may I be excused?
Actually, Mr. Madigan, I'll ask you to sit down. We'll take a 10-minute. I'll move that we have a 10-minute adjournment. It's a procedural motion. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. It is now 12:18. We'll come back at 12:28.
David.
Let me know when we're back to live. Wonderful, thank you very much. It's 12:36. We're now on to item 15.2, which is the operational plan quarterly report. Pardon me. I ask for, I'll get Councillor Madigan down to, Mr Madigan down. Stop doing that. Mr Madigan down. Do you mind to give us an update on the highlights of this report, please?
Certainly. So this is the fourth quarter report for the operational plan 2019-2020. In summary, down there were 47 deliverables identified within that operational plan. Of those, 28 were completed, 17 are on target. To explain why they're on target and not complete necessarily, given that it is the final report, is some of those are effectively multi-year projects that had initial stages to be delivered as part of 2019-20 and are continuing on in the 2021 operational plan. Of those identified as being at risk at the time of reporting were two which particularly relate to community engagement within the community. The first deliverable at risk was a community engagement framework to develop and implement that. The framework has been developed and has commenced implementation. Shape Your Ipswich is part of that implementation. However, due to the restrictions placed on us with COVID, particularly at the period of lockdown in March, those activities were put on hold and have been transitioned over to a deliverable within the 2021 program of works. The second item at risk is to develop up a strategy and stakeholder engagement framework to advocate for improved and timely delivery of essential services. So this ties in with not only stakeholder engagement but an advocacy framework that has been worked on and developed up by Mr Ben Pole, General Manager of that department. It also forms part of the work done by the Mayor and the Mayor's Office on the Leaders Alliance coming into the election. However, the work that was proposed under the operational plan will be delivered in 2021 as part of that, to develop up a better advocacy and stakeholder engagement framework to advocate for our city. So the details of the individual items that were delivered are listed in the attachment. And I would request if the councillors have any questions in relation to those specific items that we call upon the relevant GM to answer specifics of those.
Okay. Then in mind, are there any questions of Mr Madigan in his area? I can see the Deputy Mayor's umming and ahhing. No? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr Madigan.
Thank you.
I'll call on Mr Pole to come because I have a question to ask. Thank you, Mr. Your name and title, please.
Certainly. Afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. Ben Pole, General Manager, Community, Cultural and Economic Development.
Mr. Pole, I just want to know with the Goal 3, we're looking at risk areas, looking at the implement a regular program of community opinion surveys to track changes. Is that at risk purely because of COVID or was it at risk beforehand? Or what's the reason for that?
Would I be able to refer to your...
Yep.
Thank you. To clarify, Mayor, we're referring to...
Yep. Yes.
I'll have to defer to General Manager of Coordination and Performance, Sean Madigan.
Oh, my apologies.
That's okay.
Thank you, Mr Madigan. Apologies for that.
Okay, yes. Item 3, Goal 3
3.
there, implement a regular program of community opinion surveys to track changes in service delivery, policy development, service delivery. So that is being delivered by our policy team. We did, under the auspices of the interim administrator, do a couple of pulse surveys in amongst the community. However, that wasn't progressed predominantly as a result of COVID-19 and us having to divert the resources from the offices there to look at the human, social and economic recovery for COVID-19.
So was it at risk before COVID, or was it tracking? How was that tracking?
It's my understanding that it was on track to be delivered. It is significantly as a result of the actual COVID and the reallocation of resources there. It is also tied up with the work that is being delivered by Mr Ben's poll team in relation to customer service generally. So we have looked at that, and I know that is part of the ongoing continuous improvement plan for our customer service section, is to actually get out there and get some opinion surveys of how we are tracking as a council.
So I guess what's obviously at risk, what are you going to be doing to address that?
The intent that we're looking at is to do much more targeted online surveys. So the challenge you have with online surveys is the limited reach. Sometimes the best thing you can do on the survey is to get out into shopping centres and the like, as you've seen other examples of, to really understand the sentiment of the community. So what we are looking at doing is a bit of a pivot, if you will, and to work out how we better use Shape Your Ipswich as an engagement tool to do that in terms of opinion surveys. The work we're doing at the moment around the spaces and places is probably one of the naming in the CBD is one of probably the most recent ones where we've really utilised online forums, so via Facebook, to feed back into that platform. And in the new COVID world, that is the strategy, to make it digital and accessible as much as possible to a large portion of the community. We intend on rolling that out, as we said, as part of the 2021 program of work. And part of that will feed into the work being done in terms of developing up the new corporate plan and vision for council. So you can expect to see surveys in the market, certainly within the first quarter of this year. So we'll be aiming for September.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions of Mr Madigan? No, thank you. I'll ask for someone to move this particular report. Councillor Kunzelman, thank you very much. Seconder? Councillor Doyle, thank you very much. And I'll open up for discussion. I guess my only point there is the fact that we have, I think after the election and what's happened here, we have, I think, a highly engaged citizenry of Ipswich. The residents are probably more engaged than normal, and it'd be great to tap into that in whatever safe way that we can. Any other discussion? In that case, I'll move that this be put to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you. We now move on to 15.3, the monthly finance performance report. I ask the CFO to come forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors again. Jeff Keach, Chief Financial Officer.
To provide a highlight.
Yeah, sure, thank you. This is, as you're aware, the normal monthly report that comes up. This one's the first one for the current financial year, for the July period, so is relatively cleaner in terms of the previous reports that I've had to give you. It's had a lot more detail to them. In terms of where we sit at the moment, very early, as I say, in relation to the financial year and the variations that may occur as a result of particularly COVID as we flow through that time. For the period to date, you can see that we are actually in front of budget, both at an overall total net result level, but also in terms of the operating surplus. Just to highlight a couple of key areas for you that's highlighted in the report there. We were materially over budget in terms of fees and charges by about 1.3 million. And you can note there that that's as a result of there was one large area development plan application that came in for the month. The other area is we'd received the contribution from Springfield Group in relation to the Lions Stadium in July. I think originally that was probably planned in June last year, and we'll obviously reflect that in a budget amendment going forward for council. From an expenses perspective, materials and services employees' costs are under budget. The key area to highlight, which is a watching brief for us and needing further work, is in relation to depreciation. You might recall last week I mentioned that as a result of the revaluation there was going to be a bit of an impact there. It's higher than what we looked in that month, so we need to do a bit more work. We're forecasting that it comes down in August. We'll have a look at it at that time and, as necessary, come back to Council, noting that it is a non-cash expense. And from a capital budget perspective, reasonably close to budget, a little bit underspent for the month, but probably of no major concern at this point in time. But happy to take any more detailed questions that Mayor, yourself or the councillors might have in relation to that, being the first month of the financial year.
See, if I just a question about revenue, it's slightly under budget in July. Why is that?
Which one, sorry? The
under revenue, so on the second page
other
of the
revenue?
report? Yeah.
So what that in relations to is the waste levy rebate, which we receive. We've budgeted for that to go as revenue to offset the cost, but from a technical accounting perspective, it's actually reduces the cost. So we've budgeted for it to be revenue coming in, but actually as it comes in, you reduce the actual levy payments that you make. So at the moment, we'll amend that in a budget amendment, but at the moment, you'll see other revenue slightly under. We received the money, we'll receive the money. It's just that we've budgeted for it as revenue, whereas the technical accounting treatment advised by QAO, and that is that it actually offsets the cost.
Okay. Thank you. Under the expenses, we talk about employee expenses, including labour contracts, are under budget by 2.15%.
Yep.
I know at the end of the financial year we were sort of over.
Over, correct, yes.
May I have an explanation as to?
Yeah, the major
budgeted better this year, or what's the?
The major explanation is the budget was higher. The budget did include for the extra costs that were forecast for labour. So last year, obviously, it was set 12 months before that. There were additional staff that came on board, particularly in our procurement, people and culture governance areas. They were included in our budget this year, so hence the reason why we're adverse last year. But this year's budget is obviously a higher budget than what was last year's actual costs. But it is a watching brief for the Workforce Review Committee and for the Executive in terms of monitoring labour costs going forward.
Thank you. Any other questions of the CFO? No, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Meg.
I have someone move this monthly finance report. Thank you, Councillor Jonick. Seconder, Councillor Doyle, thank you very much. Any discussion? I guess no, 1 month, I guess there's not much of a discussion. I'll then move to go to a vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you, it's unanimous. Thank you. We'll now move on to 15.4, which is a report on the Audit and Risk Management Committee. Thank you. Do we wish to ask the CFO any questions? No? I'll ask for someone to move the Audit and Risk Management Report. Thank you, Councillor Doyle. And a seconder, Councillor Ireland. I'll open it for discussion. Pardon me while I go to the item. I found my page now. I'll ask, I guess, a question of the two people on the Audit and Risk Committee. I thought I'll ask the CFO to come up. I just saw in page, I don't know, I guess attachment 1, say page 116. The discussion about the external member, Dr. Annette Quayle, noted that some staff may not fully understand the conflicts of interest policy and question what processes Council has in place on a day-to-day basis. Were you satisfied with the response that came back, or should I get?
Yes, there was quite a bit of discussion around that, and the training that has, that is in place to deal with the varying different levels. I think the concern was around complexities behind understanding conflict of interest, and depending on the type of role one would hold within council, would lead into, how much they would actually understand their obligations. Right. But my understanding from the GM there's adequate training and support in place. Agree?
I do agree.
If we want to specifically speak to it,
Do you mind if the relevant council officer, would it be Ms Cooper? Or?
Me?
Yes.
That would be Ms. Yeah.
Probably more of people. Thank you, Ms Cooper.
Thank you. So from Sonia Cooper, General Manager Corporate Services. From my recollection of the discussion at the committee meeting, Dr Quayle had noted the policy that had been adopted by council and noted that it was a very detailed policy and that this can be somewhat complicated area for some people to navigate. So her question was, as has been mentioned by Deputy Mayor Doyle, what is in place to support employees. So the discussion at the committee, I shared the fact that we are working on a framework for conflicts of interest for employees, and that framework includes the policy that's been adopted by council. It also includes a detailed procedure that is required to be approved by myself as the General Manager Corporate Services, a form that is required to be completed by employees in declaring their conflicts of interest, and the system that we have in place for those declarations to be recorded, and a detailed and comprehensive communication strategy that has been prepared in order to take some time over the coming months to ensure that there is thorough education and communication of the expectations on employees, of the requirements, ensuring an understanding of what is involved in an actual perceived or potential conflict of interest. So it was for that reason that we noted that one of the audit recommendations, the internal audit recommendations that had been made in this regard, was closed, and that was because it satisfied the policy having been delivered. It concerned having the policy having been delivered. The other recommendations have not been closed because we have not yet completed the rollout of what I've just referred to as the other aspects of the framework.
Okay. I think I'll probably raise this in discussion. But another question, Ms Cooper, probably item 15 in that report, I think it's page 8 of 10, or I don't know what to call it there, but the people and culture update. There was an update on I know this particular item was a carryover from the business transformation, and there's a lot of work going on at the moment with people and culture. What were the main updates and main risks of the people and culture strategic plan?
So the Audit and Risk Management Committee received a report that included a comprehensive update on all of the initiatives and actions that are underway under the People and Culture Strategic Plan. The committee discussed in the main the culture, workplace culture that exists in council, and to my recollection of the discussion, and that the committee noted that they would like to continue to receive updates on the progress. The program is quite comprehensive, as I've indicated. There are 10 areas outlined under the People and Culture Strategic Plan that range from the policies and procedures that we have in place, the work on culture, our work in regard to the recruitment and attraction and retention of our talent in our employee our workforce in council, the learning and development, the leadership development that we're providing. So I think it's fair to say that the committee appeared to be satisfied that there was a range of work underway. However, there was much further work to be implemented. It is a 2-year program of work, and I can offer to councillors through you, Chair, that there we have had a meeting just this week with the Program Management Office staff to put even further rigour into our management of the delivery of all of those initiatives. So I've got with me at present a project management plan for sign-off to, as I said, to really add to the rigour and our regular monitoring, monthly monitoring of progress of all of those initiatives. I would offer that we are making good progress, but it is such an important area for this council that I welcome the support of the Program Management Office to really ensure that we are delivering to the best of our ability in all of the areas covered by the plan. And I guess I would offer that I'm in the process of requesting a briefing session of councillors to take you through that plan and the project management plan to give you further information on that work, and happy to provide a more detailed report to committee and council in the coming months.
Do you have enough guidance in your strategic plan to do what you need to do?
Ample.
Okay. And do you have the resources that you require?
We do.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. I appreciate that. We've already moved in second, so I'll open up for discussion. I'll just go back to the point about the conflict of interest policy. I know it's probably a bit operational, but just making sure that, based on my personal experience of having a conflict of interest when I was a public servant, having to be able to role play and having good education is really important, so people are aware. I think especially now with the changes to the Local Government Act, where things that were decisions by the mayor and councillors aren't being made by the mayor and councillors anymore, it's been done by council staff. So I think it's really, really important that since some of those things have been devolved down to council staff and council officers, that they're really aware of their conflicts of interest as well. So they need to protect themselves and protect the organisation.
Through the Mayor, yes, I agree with your comments, and the same, I guess, would apply to the issue around privacy, which I've previously raised with the Audit Committee and was spoken to at our committee meeting just recently. And yes, it does come down to a really good piece of education for staff. I mean, we as a group of elected reps, professionals struggle sometimes to determine whether or not there is a conflict or a perceived. So when you have more junior staff trying to make that assessment, it's quite complex. So, but I was satisfied with Ms. Cooper's explanation and information around the processes and the tools they have in place, the internal learning for staff.
Yeah. And I won't speak to the issue in particular, but I was in a meeting with residents, and there was a council officer, and the resident wasn't happy with some of the information that they were being told, and they started making accusations about the council officer that they had a conflict. So it was good cover for them and the organisation that everything had been done properly as well. Yeah. If there's no other points, discussions, I'll move that one for the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. I think it's unanimous. Thank you very much. We're now on to notices of motion. A notice of motion for food-friendly trucks, and I'll hand over if Councillor Madsen would like to move the motion.
I'd happily move that.
Yep. And we'll have a seconder. Councillor Fechner. How did I guess? Then you'll now open up for discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. I've put this notice of motion before the council, stemming from a member of the community reaching out to me and explaining that in her experience operating a food truck, the conditions imposed in Ipswich are more onerous than elsewhere in southeast Queensland, where councils have developed initiatives. Following on from the small business friendly council idea that we talked about earlier in this meeting, I think it has to be a real goal here that we set the conditions right for business to operate in Ipswich. and we set them in a way that they aren't more onerous than those who surround us. We have to really think about that in this space. These initiatives have been pretty successful, and I think it's worth noting that there are a number of Ipswich food truck operators out there that exist and operate in schemes in Brisbane and Moreton Bay. I think it's a positive initiative to pursue in the COVID environment, which has been very difficult for hospitality industry operators, particularly in respect to food trucks. They often make a large amount of their income at events and markets and those sorts of things, and there's been significant disruption this year in that space. So if we can, as a council, come up with a plan to improve how we operate in this space, and we think about the post-COVID world where we can return to life as normal, I think that's going to be a good thing for these businesses.
Thank you, Councillor Madsen. Any other discussion? Councillor Fickner?
Through the Mayor, I'd like to thank Councillor Madsen for all of the work that has gone into making this happen. It was with consultation with the department quite heavily, so this isn't something that's going to blindside them, and I think that it dovetails really nicely into the Small Business Friendly Council initiative discussed in the report from the Economic Development Committee. I think that it's a good opportunity for us to investigate and dip our toes into how we cut the red tape, and giving a specific example like this to be the shining light moving forward on that is really positive. And Mr. Breeden from Economic Development discussed with our committee last week that they're about to undertake a process where they go and they look at some of these roadblocks for small businesses. I think that this is kind of lighting a fire underneath that, saying, well, let's shine the spotlight on this specific example, and how can we use that across council to not only make it easier for food truck operators to do business in our local government area, but all small businesses. So I really welcome this, and I do thank Councillor Madsen for the work that he's put into this, and obviously the work that will continue to grow from from his recommendations today, so that council can look into it and really see what we can do for these struggling operators. And he made mention that this is a perfect time during COVID, and I think that he hits the nail right on the head, and it's something that he's been passionate about when speaking with him, in that he wants these food truck operators to be empowered and to be ready, if restrictions suggest that they're able to start congregating again, or they have specific places to go and have their COVID safe plans, that it means that they're ready to jump right out of the gate, moving to easing restrictions in COVID-19.
Just through the chair, removing the COVID overlay, food trucks are definitely on trend. And from a small business owner's perspective, they are limited in liability to get into for a business operator. So it's something that an entrepreneur might test their brand out in. They can build their brand through it. They can learn as a small business with minimal risk. So it's definitely something that I fully support, and it's something that lines up perfectly with the our initiative as a small business friendly council. And it's doing it. Other local governments that I've seen through Councillor Madsen are doing it far better than what we are to help these enterprises along in these endeavours. So I think we can raise the bar here quite easily through Jacob's initiative, through Councillor Madsen's initiative.
Thank you, Councillor Johnny. I'll just go through some of the motions there, because we've asked for the report to come back to us no later than November. And I note that you said you've discussed it with council officers. Councillor Madsen, did council officers indicate that November was a doable timeframe?
Yes, I believe so. Is that right?
I know that it's going to come back to the Economic as it should, back to the Economic and Industry Development Committee. I think when I saw this for the first time on the weekend, Councillor Madsen, I let you know, I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great initiative for us to further explore. It's fantastic.
Through the Mayor, and just commenting on the timeline provided in the recommendation, I think that the paper that will come to us will be one that we get to workshop. So I think that, as I understand it will be initial thoughts, and then we can have some, feedback and some input opportunities there too, which really excites us. And I know that Councillor Madsen has 1,001 ideas, and he's done lots of research as to how he would like to see this play out. And I'm sure that the introduction of a paper, in November, will mean that we can get the conversation started amongst us as well.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'd like to move, I guess, a variation or amendment to that, Councillor Madsen. With motion A, that the council give a commitment to become a food truck friendly council. It's really a little bit difficult for us to make that commitment when we don't know what that means. And would you be okay if we?
I'll just get rid of it.
That's what we're aiming to be.
Or you can just get rid of the amendment.
Certainly B and C, I think, need to occur, or add that A. So to say that a report be prepared to become a
Through the Mayor, it's just a vision statement sort of commitment.
Well, I'd say with the council resolution, a commitment's a commitment. So,
Yeah. Okay.
or evaluate. May I change to the council to evaluate to becoming a food truck friendly council?
If you believe that that's necessary, I'll support you on that.
Thank you, Councillor Madsen. Councillor Fechner is the seconder.
I think that there is definitely an end result where a council could be considered a food truck friendly council, and I like the wording of that council give a commitment to becoming one of those. But happy to take Councillor Madsen's direction on this. Are you happy for the amendment, or?
I'm happy with the amendment on the grounds that I'd just like to see the train leave the station and the progress begin.
Wonderful, yeah.
Too worried in semantics.
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, happy to amend.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Councillor Fechner. Is there any other discussion on this report? No? No? In that case, we'll go to a vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's unanimous. Thank you. We now go to questions on notice. I think we've had that before, but do we wish to discuss the matter that Councillor Ireland did raise before about the detention basins in Redbank Plains, or are you satisfied?
I've taken, through the Mayor, I've taken Councillor Milligan's advice, and I've already raised a service request. I just wanted all the councillors, because they're new, to realise that these detention basins are out there and they need to look at it.
Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you, Councillor Ireland.
Appreciate it too.
Thanks, Councillor Ireland.
Thank you. There be no other questions on notice. I now draw the meeting to a close at 1:09. Thank you very much. It was a 4-hour meeting, so thank you.